Hello and welcome to Unacademy, a one-stop destination for the English medium civil services aspirants. A very good evening and welcome to a marathon session on international relations. If you are a serious aspirant for the 2025 mains exam and as well as for 2026 prelims and mains, then you must attend this session because today we are going to discuss one of the most important chapters in international relations. Over the next 4 to 5 hours, I shall attempt to cover the entire chapter of India's neighborhood in one shot. So, we will be discussing India's relations with all the neighboring countries, and we will also focus on some of the relevant topics that are connected to South Asia and the Indian Ocean region, which can appear as a mains question or as a prelims question in the UPSC Civil Services examination. If you remember, over the last few weeks, we have been conducting such marathons for internal security, history, etc. A couple of weeks ago, I took one such marathon on the topic of Naxalism, where we discussed left wing extremism in complete detail. And we, in general, received a very positive response from the students, saying that such sessions are very useful to quickly revise and cover these key chapters and topics that are relevant for the mains and prelims exam. So if you haven't watched that video on Naxalism, please do go back later and try to catch that video as well. So our intention, our purpose is essentially to help you cover these key chapters and topics in one single video so that all the material and resources that you need with detailed explanation and analysis is present in one single source. So first, let me lay the outline of today's marathon class. Since we are focusing on India's immediate neighborhood, I'll be starting with the two most problematic neighbors of India. That would be China and Pakistan. Then we will focus on Afghanistan as well, given the close links between Afghanistan, Pakistan, and China. Once we wrap up this discussion, we will move our attention to the Himalayan region to cover the two Himalayan states, Nepal and Bhutan. Then we will shift our attention to the eastern neighbors of India, Bangladesh and Myanmar. And finally, we will move towards the Indian Ocean region to talk about Sri Lanka and Maldives. And at the end of the class, I'll also help you quickly cover some of the important regional groupings of South Asia and the Indian Ocean, which happens to be our neighborhood. So, in this session, I'll not only try to cover the most important topics which are relevant for your mains exam for 2025 and 2026, we will also discuss some of the important facts and concepts that can be relevant for next year's prelims. So these students who are attempting the exam next year, those who are writing the mains this year, they must attend this session. And do let us know what you think about these marathons, if they are useful and helpful. And if you want us to cover more topics, please let us know in the comments. Let me know which topic you would like me to cover next. And if you're liking our initiatives, do press the like button, as that encouragement motivates us to do better for you. And of course, don't forget to subscribe to our channel for more such interesting initiatives. Now, today, we will not only cover the key topics under each neighboring country, I will also focus extensively on mains answer writing. So, what I thought was, let this be a master class of sorts, not just to cover the concepts and the facts and the analysis, but also to develop your answer writing skill. Because after all, international relations is primarily a mains oriented subject. Though it is equally important for prelims, it is predominantly a mains oriented subject. To be able to write in depth answers and bring out critical assessments, you need to start practicing your answer writing skills. So, what I'll do is under each topic, I'll give you few practice questions. I'll discuss some of the questions along with a model answer. So that's why I'm urging you, please stay with me till the end of the session. Might take 4.5 to 5 hours, but trust me, it's going to be worth it. A single effort from your side, and you will be comprehensively covering this entire chapter, which is so important in international relations. So, apart from covering the topics and all the latest current affairs, We will also discuss few mains practice questions. I will be showing you some PYQs as well that have appeared from this particular chapter, and I will be giving you model answers and the answer writing flow, the approach that you need to follow for some of the practice questions. Now, before we start, I have a very important announcement. Those who are looking to enroll in our online classroom program, this is a golden opportunity for you, especially if you're preparing for 2026, 2027. Right now, Unacademy's online classes are available at just 19,999, along with up to 12-month free extension. This offer ends tomorrow, and the prices might increase in the coming days. That's what we have been informed by the management of Unacademy. So please avail this offer if you're looking for the most comprehensive, holistic approach to prepare for this examination. This course will give you access to all the online material, the live and recorded lectures, the study material, and as well as the test series, the doubt resolution and mentorship sessions as well. Now, on the subscription page, you might see a different price. But to avail the offer, you have to enter the code IAS English. So those interested, please click on the link provided in the video description. And if you want the detailed PDF of today's class, because today's PDF, it will run into around 111 pages. It will consist of all the key points regarding India's ties with its neighboring countries, along with all the important maps, and as well as the practice questions and model answers. So if you want this PDF, please join my Telegram channel, scan the QR code. I've also given the link of my Telegram channel in the description box below. So after the session ends, maybe tomorrow, I'll be sharing the PDF on my Telegram channel. And also please join the discussion group as well, which has been linked with my Telegram channel, where you can post your mains answers that you are going to write from today's session. I'm urging all of you, those who are watching this session, if you're putting in this effort to attend today's class, it shows that you guys are serious aspirants. If you are a genuine serious aspirant, please take up all the questions I'm giving today. Right? I'm giving you plenty of questions in today's class, along with the model answer and the answer writing approach. Please use that, take your time and write your answers and share them on the discussion group, which is attached to my Telegram channel. So other students can take a look. They can peer review your answers and give a feedback. And that way it becomes a source for knowledge sharing. So with this, let's begin our discussion today. First, let's understand why India's neighborhood matters, not only for India's foreign policy, but also for the civil services examination. If you look at the IR syllabus that UPSC has given us under GS Paper 2, the first chapter which is mentioned in the UPSC syllabus is India and its neighborhood relations. You can see that this is the first chapter and it has been accorded the highest importance by UPSC, not just in the syllabus, but even in the previous examinations. If you look at previous question papers, a number of questions have appeared from India's neighborhood. Because see, in international relations, geography plays a very big role. Our neighborhood is something that we are naturally blessed with, right? Our immediate neighbors with whom we share land borders and as well as maritime borders. These immediate neighbors of India, they will have a significant impact on India's overall stability, on India's security and economic prospects. If India has to rise as a global power, become a developed nation by 2047, if India has to remain stable internally, deal with all the security problems, then it is very, very essential to stabilize our neighborhood. Because whatever happens in our immediate neighborhood will spill over into our country and it will have a direct impact on India. Since we share direct land and maritime borders with these countries, whatever developments are occurring in our neighborhood, be it positive or negative, they both have an impact on India. Let's say there is an economic crisis in a neighboring country, or a political crisis, or a security crisis. These adverse events have a direct impact on Indian interests. If there are positive developments happening in our neighborhood, they will also positively influence India's internal security and India's economic opportunities and growth. and it will help India to rise not just as a regional power but even as a global power. So that is the reason why India's neighborhood is extremely important under international relations. In fact, if you manage to clear this exam, and I really wish that all of you do, and if you enter the elite Indian Foreign Service, the IFS, you will realize someday in the future that in within the Ministry of External Affairs, most of the top diplomats, they actually prefer a posting in our neighboring countries. You might think right now that most diplomats prefer postings in plush countries, in well developed countries like US or Europe or Australia. But trust me, most diplomats, right, who are looking to progress in their career, who are looking to contribute to their country and play a role in nation building, they all prefer to be posted in the neighboring countries because this is where the real opportunity lies to serve the nation. Because the developments happening in countries like Pakistan, Sri Lanka, China, etc., they have a very, very disproportionate impact, a serious impact on India. That is why the neighborhood matters. Now, if you look at previous question papers as well, I'll take you through some of the PYQs before we start the first topic. You will notice that a lot of questions have come both in prelims and mains, and I will just give you a sample by showing you some of the PYQs that have appeared in the previous exams. Now look at these questions on the internal developments in Bangladesh that was asked in 2013. Look at this question on the liberation of Bangladesh, which was also asked in 2013. These questions on Sri Lanka. There was a question in 2022 on Sri Lanka's recent economic crisis and what was India's role in assisting Sri Lanka during the economic crisis. Now, in order to answer these questions, which are quite in depth, you need thorough understanding of India's relations with the neighboring countries. You need to understand the entire history of the relations. You should know about the contemporary geopolitics and the future prospects. So, you cannot write good answers for questions on our neighboring countries unless and until you develop an in depth understanding of India's neighborhood. I'm sure all of you are aware of Prime Minister Modi's flagship foreign policy doctrine, the Neighbourhood First policy, which was launched in 2014 when PM Modi was sworn in for the first time. More than a decade ago, when Prime Minister Modi assumed power, when he held the swearing in ceremony, he chose to invite all the leaders of India's neighboring countries to grace the occasion. This was a very symbolic gesture by the Prime Minister because in diplomacy, symbolism matters a lot. India was sending out a signal, a message to its neighbors by inviting them to the swearing in ceremony that the current government, under the current Prime Minister, would be giving the highest priority in our foreign policy for our neighboring countries. So, in the context of neighborhood first policy, which has been implemented over the last 11 years, understanding our neighbors in depth is very, very essential. As we saw, so many questions have appeared. Questions on China, the developments in the South China Sea region as well as Pakistan's obsession with sponsoring terrorism against India, or questions on Maldives, questions on Nepal. So many such topics have been covered by UPSC, and in the coming years as well, there is always a possibility that at least one or two questions will appear from the neighborhood chapter. Even in prelims, there have been several questions that have been asked in the past. Again, I will just show you a sample, a small set of these questions. Look at this question from 2016 prelims. A question on some of the communities, the ethnic minority communities found in our neighboring countries, like the Madhesis and the Rohingyas. We had a question in 2023 on one of the military exercises involving India and Sri Lanka, exercise Mitra Shakti. We had a question on the IONS, Indian Ocean Naval Symposium. And many other groups of the neighborhood region have been covered in prelims. In this year prelims, we had a question on BIMSTEC. Previously, there has been a question on IORA, which is a grouping of the Indian Ocean region that is led by India. So many such topics have already been covered by UPSC, and there is a very high chance of either these topics repeating or other topics being picked from the neighborhood for your prelims questions. That is the reason why I'm insisting in the introduction. I'm taking a good 5 to 10 minutes just for the introduction to tell you how important this session is going to be. So I hope all of you will attend the session till the end and keep commenting in between. I'll try to take some of your questions and doubts as well. So with this, let's get started and let's begin with China. India's biggest challenge in our neighborhood comes from China. See, when you look at India's neighborhood, we are located in the South Asia region, and India also happens to be a littoral of the Indian Ocean. So this is India's neighborhood, South Asia region and the Indian Ocean region. So let's begin our discussion from China. And under India China, we are going to discuss four important topics which are most relevant for the coming exams. We will be talking about the border tensions in slight detail, especially the recent developments. We will discuss the economic relations and the challenges that we face with China. We will discuss the China Pakistan nexus, which is increasingly posing a threat for India's security and defense. And we will also talk about the strategic competition which is seen between India and China. Now, if you're a student of geopolitics, if you've been following current affairs, I'm sure you would know that India, China are at competition across the Indo Pacific. China has already emerged as a global power and it is challenging the superpower status of the United States. India aspires to be a global power and emerge as a developed nation. So, this pits India and China against each other in the neighborhood and beyond. So, understanding this competition and the issues that we have in the relationship is extremely important. So, let's start with the first subtopic under India China, which is the border tensions, the border issues that we have with China. India shares a 3,800-kilometer border approximately with China. In the Himalayas, we share a very long boundary with this country, and this border is divided into three distinct sectors. We have the western sector of the border, primarily located in the Ladakh region. We have the middle sector of the border that essentially covers the borders along the states of Himachal Pradesh and Uttarakhand. And we have the eastern sector of the border that covers the boundary in the states of Sikkim and Arunachal Pradesh. So, India China border can be divided into these three segments. And across this entire stretch of the border, India China have a different perception as to where exactly the boundary line is located. China claims the entire state of Arunachal Pradesh for itself. China does not recognize Arunachal Pradesh as Indian territory. China continues to call Arunachal Pradesh as South Tibet and opposes any Indian presence and involvement in Arunachal Pradesh, which angers India, and rightfully so. India rejects these claims of China as Arunachal Pradesh is very much an integral part of Indian territory. Prior to the dispute over Arunachal, the initial dispute between India and China erupted over this region in the Ladakh sector, that is in the western sector of the border, over Aksai Chin. See, after India's independence in 1947, India was seeking friendly relations with all the neighboring countries. And especially, we sympathize with all those countries which had suffered the horrors and exploitation from colonial powers. So, when China was born in 1949, when the Communist Party of China won the Chinese Civil War, when they defeated the Kuomintang Party and threw the Republic of China to Taiwan, and the communists rose to power, India was one of the first countries in the world to recognize the communist government. We sought out friendly relations with the PRC, with the People's Republic of China, and even China reciprocated initially. But the Communist Party and its ideology is inherently radical and violent, believes in using violence and dominance to assert its claims. So, right from the beginning, China has been an aggressive, expansionist power. During the civil war itself, China, the Communist Party, had already annexed Inner Mongolia, which significantly expanded the territory of mainland China. Then, in 1949, China would go on to annex the Xinjiang region, located to the north of India's Jammu and Kashmir, a strategically vital region, which at that point was usually referred to as East Turkestan by the local Uyghur Muslim minorities. And in 1950, China would annex the Kingdom of Tibet, the Buddhist kingdom, the Himalayan kingdom, carrying out a forceful annexation, and it even crushed the Tibetan Buddhist uprising in 1959, which led the Dalai Lama to seek refuge in India along with his followers. So India took in the Tibetan refugees, and today we have almost 1 lakh plus refugees in India settled in Dharamshala in Himachal Pradesh and also at Kushalnagar near Mysore in Karnataka. India even allowed the Tibetan administration to set up a parallel government, a Tibetan government in exile. Even today, at Dharamshala in Himachal Pradesh, we have the Central Tibetan Administration, which looks after the political affairs of the Tibetan refugees, and the Dalai Lama remains the spiritual figurehead of Tibetan Buddhist politics. I'm sure all of you are reading in the news regarding the latest controversy surrounding the succession of the incumbent Dalai Lama. The incumbent Dalai Lama has said that his reincarnation would be chosen by a trust which has been founded by the Dalai Lama, the Gaden Fodrang Trust, which is located in India. But China has always been very sensitive about this issue. It has rejected the statements of the Dalai Lama, and China has said it is going to appoint the next successor of the Dalai Lama, according to historical rituals and claims. So, this highlights the ongoing issue between China and Tibet. Tibet's essential autonomy, independence was lost when China annexed the region, and China became an overnight neighbor of India. Without annexing Tibet, right, India wouldn't have such a long boundary with China. It was primarily because of Tibet's annexation that China would share such a long boundary from Ladakh till Arunachal Pradesh. So, this expansionist aggressive move of China in 1950 set alarm bells in India and other Himalayan kingdoms like Nepal, Bhutan, and Sikkim. And they all sought India's support. And India built very close defense relations with these Himalayan kingdoms to set them up as buffer states to check any possible Chinese expansionism. So while India formed these alliances with Nepal, Bhutan, and Sikkim, China started viewing India with suspicion. China started its hostility with India, and it started making a move over Aksai Chin primarily for strategic reasons. In early 1950s, China kept its eyes on the Aksai Chin region because of its location and the strategic value of this piece of land. Though it belonged to India, as per British era boundaries that were drawn, and India claimed Aksai Chin as part of Ladakh, China started a illegal road construction in Aksai Chin in early 1950s, primarily to connect the two most problematic provinces of China, Xinjiang and Tibet. Because both in Xinjiang and Tibet, China was facing internal rebellions. Right? Native Uyghur Muslims were rebelling in Xinjiang, looking to break Xinjiang from China and create a separate nation called East Turkestan. Tibetan Buddhists were still leading the liberation movement, which continues till date. So, to move the troops around quickly, in order to quickly deploy the security forces and contain these internal rebellions, China needed good connectivity between the two frontiers, that is Xinjiang and Tibet, and Aksai Chin was right in the middle. So, China discarded India's claims, and without consulting India, it started the construction of an illegal road, which was opposed by India. And that is what triggered the initial round of tensions, border tensions between India and China. By 1954, it had escalated into border clashes. India had published its own version of the map, showing the whole Aksai Chin region as part of the then state of Jammu and Kashmir. So, after the Aksai Chin issue came up, and after India accommodated the Dalai Lama and the Tibetan refugees, China concluded that India had become hostile, that India had become a threat. China was assuming that India, being a democracy, it was automatically aligned with Western powers like the US. since the Cold War rivalries were going on. Though India was firmly non aligned, he was strictly non aligned during this period, staying away from the Western Bloc and the Communist Bloc. China discarded this approach of India and assumed that India is an ally of the US. And it started viewing India with suspicion and started getting more and more aggressive against India. And in order to create leverage against India, it opened a new front by questioning India's claims over Arunachal Pradesh, and it started claiming Arunachal as South Tibet. So that is how the issue escalated, and eventually it resulted in the 1962 war, as all of you know. So China's aggression, its expansionist policy, was primarily responsible for the conflict. Of course, there were few strategic and tactical blunders from the Indian side by the then Nehru government as well. But China was the primary instigator of the conflict, and it ended up delivering a crushing defeat for India. India conclusively lost this conflict. Chinese troops made deep inroads into Indian territory, and China completely occupied Aksai Chin. And till date, Aksai Chin remains under China's occupation. So India refers to this region as China occupied Aksai Chin. And across the entire stretch of the border, the standoff continues, the dispute is still present as we have a different perception. So we have a temporary de facto border over here, which is referred to as the LAC, the line of actual control. Until a permanent solution can be found, a temporary de facto border has been identified, the LAC, the line of actual control, and even the alignment of this LAC is disputed. And that is the reason why there are regular incursions happening from both the sides. China, in particular, has been carrying out several deep incursions, which leads to these military clashes and standoffs that all of you are familiar with. Now, let me take you to the brief history of the border dispute. Let's see why India's claim is seen to be justified according to the Indian government, and on what basis is China claiming Aksai Chin. See, this goes all the way back to the British era, when British India had signed a treaty with the then Kingdom of Tibet. Tibet was an independent autonomous kingdom. Britain had set up these Himalayan states like Nepal, Bhutan, Sikkim, and Tibet as buffer states to protect the British colony from any possible Russian invasion in the 1800s and early 1900s. So, following the negotiations between British India and the Kingdom of Tibet, the boundaries were first drawn in 1865, and a line known as the Johnson's Line was depicted on a map that clearly places today's Aksai Chin in Indian territory. You can see that in the map as well. If you can concentrate here, you can see the Johnson line, this blue colored line. Let me also take a similar blue color. You can see this line over here, which is the Johnson line that was drawn in 1865, that demarcated the borders between British India and the Kingdom of Tibet. So, according to the Johnson line, Aksai Chin clearly falls under Indian territory as part of Ladakh, as part of the then erstwhile princely state of Jammu and Kashmir, right? But a couple of decades later, the British came out with yet another boundary division that was drawn by the Macartney MacDonald Commission, called the Macartney MacDonald Line in 1893, that ended up placing Aksai Chin in Tibetan territory. So after China annexed Tibet, China started claiming that Tibet belongs to it and Aksai Chin belongs to the same region as per the Macartney MacDonald line. You can see that line as well in the map over here. You can see the Macartney MacDonald line, this dotted line that you see here, slightly altered the boundaries. And this British era blunder, the colonial blunder that was committed, the lack of clarity they provided, and the confusion they created with two boundary lines, it was left behind as a colonial legacy. And post independence, India presumed that the Johnson line is the borders between India and Tibet, which means Aksai Chin was part of Indian territory. And later, when China annexed Tibet, India's position was the same, that Johnson line is the boundary, which means Aksai Chin is Indian territory. But China disputed the claim after it annexed Tibet. It kept its eyes on Aksai Chin mainly because of the strategic value as it connects Xinjiang with Tibet. Now you can see in this map the highway that China built over here, which even today is one of the most important highways in China. It is highway number G219, one of the longest highways in the world, and it passes through Aksai. It is this road that China started constructing illegally back in 1954, which was the start of the India China border tensions. So I hope this point is clear to everyone. Now let's see what is the dispute in the eastern sector towards Arunachal Pradesh. The borders between Arunachal Pradesh, the then northeast frontier province, and the Kingdom of Tibet was drawn in 1914 through the Shimla Convention by the McMahon Commission, which was set up by British India. This was negotiated again between British Indian government and the Kingdom of Tibet. So neither modern India nor the PRC were party to it. They didn't even exist at that point. So post independence, India inherited the colonial borders, and we again presumed the British boundary would remain. And we treated McMahon Line as the boundary between Tibet and Arunachal Pradesh, that is the northeast frontier province. But after China annexed Tibet and became an overnight neighbor of India, and after it created the issue in Aksai Chin, just to gain that leverage over India in future talks and negotiations, it opened a deliberate new front by questioning the validity of McMahon Line by stating that neither India nor China were party to the Shimla Convention, as it was negotiated between British India and the then Kingdom of Tibet. So since then, China has disputed India's claims over Arunachal and calls it even South Tibet. In fact, China's strategy became very clear when it even proposed a controversial exchange, a controversial compromise. China said, let's exchange Aksai Chin for Arunachal Pradesh and settle the conflict. Obviously, the then Nehru government rejected this outright as it was unacceptable to India, as both the territories were clearly an integral part of Indian territory. Now, China had changed the status quo in a slow, incremental manner, and it was offering to negotiate and provide a trade off, provide a compromise, as if settling for one territory over the other, while both the territories belong to India. That is why India rejected this Chinese proposal, and eventually the tensions led to the 1962 conflict. So now that you have a basic idea about the nature of the boundary issue, you need to understand how come there hasn't been another big war or conflict between India and China after 1962. Though we share such a disputed boundary and such a long boundary, how come there hasn't been another big war or conflict after 1960? See, post 1962, our diplomatic relations took a big hit. Every now and then, there would be frequent skirmishes, incursions, especially from the Chinese side. Sometimes Indian troops also would cross over accidentally because we had a differing perception of the border. And sometimes these skirmishes would escalate, and there would be a fear that it could turn into a bigger war or a conflict. Don't forget, China by 1960s possessed nuclear weapons. Parallelly, India initiated its nuclear weapons program, and by 1990s, we developed and tested our nuclear weapons. So, given the nuclear umbrella, the nuclear hangover which was there, it was very essential to prevent a bigger war or a conflict between the two countries. So, by late 1980s, India-China relations, they were reset by then Prime Minister Rajiv Gandhi, because the global geopolitics was changing as well. India-China had to look beyond their boundary issues. The communist influence was declining by 1988. Several communist powers were falling and turning towards democracy. And China by then had already started rising as an economic giant, a manufacturing powerhouse. It was looking for new markets like India. India also wanted new partners. So, following Rajiv Gandhi's historic visit when the relationship was reset in 88, this was further followed by Prime Minister PV Narasimha Rao in 1991-92, when he also visited China and cemented a new relationship by establishing a boundary agreement in 1993. To prevent small border incursions from turning into a bigger war or a conflict, India China have created a series of agreements and protocols to diffuse the tensions at the grassroots level itself. In 1993, we signed the Peace and Tranquility Agreement along the line of actual control. This was followed up by the Agreement on CBMs, Confidence Building Measures, in 1996. These two agreements have been pivotal in preventing small incursions and standoffs and tensions from escalating into a bigger war or a conflict. Because under these agreements, both sides are under certain restrictions. There are standard protocols created to diffuse those tensions. For example, as per these agreements, both the troops on Indian side and the Chinese side, the Indian Army and the Chinese PLA, they are prohibited from opening fire along the line of actual control. They are even restricted from carrying heavy weaponry. There are restrictions on the placement of heavy military hardware closer to the line of actual control to prevent any miscalculation or accidents. Let's say both sides have to conduct a military exercise closer to the border. There is a condition under the confidence building measure agreement that the exercise should be conducted by facing the other side, by looking inwards. For example, China can't carry out a military exercise in Tibet closer to the LAC facing India because that could be misread by the Indian military establishment and intelligence agencies as preparation for war, and it could easily spill out of control and result in an accidental start of a war. So, to prevent any such uncertainty and build confidence between both sides, these restrictions are placed. There are restrictions on deploying advanced fighter jets and missiles and heavy weaponry closer to the LAC. The forward positions are also limited. There are prior agreements on patrolling and what should be done in case of a face off that might occur between the troops. Both the sides are prohibited from opening fire. That's why you often see that when there is a standoff in Tawang or in Ladakh or in Nathula, both the sides they end up beating each other. They get into a hand to hand fight or fist fight, or they throw stones at each other, or they use cricket bats, hockey sticks to beat up each other, as if two street gangs are fighting. It doesn't appear as if two professional armies are facing off. That's because these agreements prohibit both sides, both the armies, from opening fire. So these provisions have kept the tensions below the threshold and it prevents the breakout of a bigger war. There are standard protocols under these agreements to open direct communication between senior military commanders, starting from the local level to the senior level. So the military commanders can talk to each other when there is a local incursion or a face off, and they can resolve and diffuse the crisis. They can quickly de escalate and disengage from the standoff and pull the troops back. And these measures and mechanisms have been primarily responsible for preventing the breakout of a bigger conflict. So recently, when China carried out unnecessary aggression against India, be it in Ladakh or be it at Doklam in Bhutan in 2017, India has been complaining that China has not been following the commitments under these border agreements. India has reminded China of its commitments under the 1993 Peace and Tranquility Agreement along LAC and the 1996 Agreement on Confidence Building Measures. That's why these topics are in the news and can be very important for your exams. We also have other border arrangements. In 2003, Prime Minister Vajpayee took the relationship to the next level when PM Vajpayee visited China and started a new phase in the relationship. By then, global geopolitics had changed. Cold War had ended already a decade ago. India and China were working together and collaborating. India also had initiated economic reforms in 91. So both the Asian powers were fast rising economies and they both needed each other. They needed each other's raw materials. They needed each other's industrial base. They needed each other's markets. They also needed each other's diplomatic support at global platforms. As developing nations, they had common interests, mutual concerns against the developed nations. The relations were looking pretty good at this point. India and China were even collaborating actively. For example, at climate change negotiations, at WTO, and at various global South initiatives. They were giving leadership to the developing, underdeveloped nations of the world, the global South. So China finally gave recognition to Sikkim as a part of India. Sikkim, which merged with India in 1975, which until then was a protectorate state, was not seen by China as an integral part of Indian territory for more than 3 decades, from 1975 till 2003. So some positive developments were taking place. We even started a military exercise called Hand in Hand. For the first time, a joint India China military exercise was started. And we even established a unique mechanism to resolve the boundary issue forever without fighting a war, without facing these tensions. We agreed to find a political solution to settle the boundary dispute forever by establishing the SR mechanism, the special representative mechanism. Both the countries would appoint their special representatives. India appointed its national security advisor as the special representative, whereas China appointed the state counselor who's the equivalent of India's NSA, to lead the SR talks and find the political parameters and work out a political solution to end the border dispute forever. For few years, the SR mechanism functioned very well, especially from 2005 to 2009. Several rounds of SR talks took place, and both sides were making progress towards finding a political solution for the boundary dispute. But things started changing from 2009 onwards. China, in particular, it made a big U turn and started getting hostile against India, mainly because India was opening up towards the US. By 2001, India US relations had started to transform. After decades of hostility with the US, now India US were working together. We started with close counterterrorism relations in Afghanistan Pakistan region after the 9/11 attacks. This was followed by the India US nuclear agreement and close defense relations with military exercises and defense trade. The US started looking at India as a counterbalance to a communist authoritarian China. And then President Obama in 2009 adopted the pivot to Asia policy and pivoted the American foreign policy and security policy towards the Indo Pacific from the Atlantic and channeled more resources and assets from its diplomatic establishment, military and intelligence establishment to focus more on the Indo Pacific as US perceived China as the greatest threat. So as the US started actively countering China, it saw India as an ally, and this is what triggered China. In fact, in 2007, India had conducted a multilateral naval exercise called the Malabar exercise. The Malabar exercise, which was started in 1990s, was initially just a bilateral naval exercise between India and US Navy. But in 2007, then Prime Minister Manmohan Singh expanded this vision with Japanese Prime Minister Shinzo Abe, and we invited Japan, Australia, Singapore, along with the US to hold a multilateral naval exercise in Bay of Bengal. China saw this as an Indian attempt to encircle China and to contain China militarily. So China revolted and criticized India for holding a multilateral Malabar exercise. Following this, India stopped the multilateral Malabar exercise and returned it back to the bilateral format only with the US Navy. We stopped inviting Japan, Australia, and Singapore. But despite this, China presumed that India is aligning with the US and Japan and Australia and started mounting pressure on India, started targeting India, and it started suspending the SR talks. The SR talks were halted suddenly from 2009 onwards, and parallelly, fresh border incursions started happening from 2010 onwards. So, from 2010 till date, China has carried out repeated incursions and escalations against India. That is what really worries India. In 2013, we tried to address this by signing the Border Defense Cooperation Agreement to establish better communication, prevent such misunderstandings, and to lay down the ground rules for patrols. But despite these agreements and commitments, China has broken them, violated them repeatedly. Later in today's class, we will study the Doklam standoff in 2017 when we come to India Bhutan. There you will see how China got aggressive against India and Bhutan with regard to the Doklam issue. Now let's quickly talk about the Ladakh standoff that we saw from 2020 to 2024. Over the last 4 years, China carried out again an unprovoked escalation by carrying out multiple incursions in the Ladakh sector. The PLA incursions were reported in the Hot Springs area, Galwan River Valley, Panong So Lake, Depsang Plains, and Demchok. All are vital locations along the line of actual control. All these territories are essentially on the Indian side, but Chinese PLA made deep incursions and even tried preventing Indian patrols and even tried taking control of some of the Indian territory. So India mounted a quick retaliation and countered the Chinese incursion, and that led to one of the most serious military standoffs between both sides. This standoff led to actual clashes in June 2020 at Galwan, where several soldiers on both sides were killed. 20 Indian soldiers were martyred during the hand-to-hand combat that took place at Galwan River Valley, which was the biggest escalation since the 1962 war. So it appeared as if the two countries are again preparing for a full blown out conflict. But thanks to all the boundary agreements, the standard protocols that we have, over the last 4 years, diplomacy has slowly worked. The Indian diplomatic effort has yielded results. And one by one, we have resolved these standoffs. And we have right now achieved a state of normalcy, at least as of now. By 2022, through talks between senior military commanders, we resolved the standoff at Panong So Lake, Galwan River Valley, and Hot Springs area. So these three standoffs were resolved first. Standoff at Panong So Lake, Hot Springs, and Galwan River Valley. But the other two standoffs at Depsang Plain and Demchok continued until last year, until 2024. So last year, when the two leaders met at the Kazan BRICS summit in Russia, this was used as an opportunity by India and China to address the remaining standoff at Depsang Plain and Demchok, and we have resolved the standoff here as well. So we have disengaged our troops, we have de-escalated the tensions, and we have carried out a de-induction of the troops from the forward deployed positions. And some degree of normal patrolling has resumed along the line of actual control. So this is a very big development that has taken place, and that's why I feel the topic is so important for your mains exam and the next prelims exam. Now the big question is, will this tentative peace hold between India and China? Will China respect these agreements? Because China has a history of breaking its commitments and violating the agreements that we have signed with each other. Now you tell me what you think in the comments. Will China respect the commitments it has made, or should India be cautious? The answer is very clear. India cannot blindly trust China. The trust factor has been compromised. Given China's aggressive intent and expansionist ideology, it is very, very important for India to remain cautious. Hence, we need to step up our military modernization, advance our border infrastructure, so that we are fully prepared for any eventuality. And this should even create a strong deterrent and prevent China from committing any mistakes in the future. So India has to build up this deterrent through advanced border infrastructure. We have been doing it for the last 20 years. India has been more proactive and aggressive, and we have created advanced border facilities. We have built strategic roads in the Himalayas. We have built critical railway lines that provide all weather connectivity, including the recent Chenab railway bridge and the Atal tunnel and the upcoming Zojila tunnel and Zimor tunnel, which are being constructed. The Sela tunnel in the northeast. We are also constructing advanced infrastructure in the form of bridges and activating some of the airfields in the forward areas. Some of the World War era airfields known as advanced landing grounds in Daulat Beg Oldi, in Vijayanagar, in Demchok, they are being reactivated by Indian Air Force so that we can quickly deploy our aircraft and bring our troops and military equipment to the forward lines if at all the need arises. Right? India has moved frontline assets towards the northern and eastern sectors, including the BrahMos, the S-400, the Sukhoi 30 fighter jets, and the Rafales. On the maritime front as well, India has stepped up its preparedness, and the Arihant class of submarines, which are nuclear powered, which can carry nuclear warheads, they complete the nuclear triad of India, creating a strong nuclear deterrent against any Chinese misadventure. So, despite this preparedness from India, we can't let down our guard because China is not going to stop its strategy, which is often referred to as the salami slicing strategy. China follows this approach with most of its neighbors, where it has carried out a slow, creeping, incremental annexation, a step by step annexation of territory by changing the status quo with each incursion. China can't be blindly trusted. China has a habit of carrying out these incursions, occupying some small territory, changes the status quo, and again, few months later, few years later, keeps repeating it. And eventually, after a few decades, it would have occupied significant territory. China is known for these tactics. Hence, India cannot let its guard down. China also has been creating advanced border infrastructure. In fact, from 1950s itself, China has built advanced border infrastructure. It has always maintained a military superiority over India in conventional terms. In fact, that was one of the prime reasons why we lost the 1962 war. China clearly had the conventional superiority, while India was not prepared and we lacked the resources for fighting a war in the Himalayan heights. Indian troops were outnumbered 3 is to 1 in the 1962 conflict. Though things are much better on the Indian side today, China still maintains that conventional superiority over India, and that is something we should be mindful of. Along the border areas, China is developing these model villages known as the Xiokang villages, and it is providing advanced infrastructure in these border villages and resettling the population as well from other parts of China to increase its claims and control at the disputed boundary region. Some of these so called model villages have come on the Indian side, claimed by India. That is why India cannot let the guard down. As of now, the boundary dispute remains as it is. We have just achieved a temporary normalcy, and SR talks are being restarted. So, if there is some progress here, there is still hope for diplomacy to work. India should still engage in diplomacy to bring that pressure and align with some countries to try and corner China diplomatically. But India has no interest in openly containing China or posing a military threat to China. India wants friendly relations, but it is also up to China to decide what would be the future course of the relationship. So, if with this understanding, I think you should be able to answer any question on the border tensions. So, I hope the topic is very clear. Now, let's look at a mains practice question quickly and let me give you a model answer as well. Despite recent steps towards de escalation, persistent structural issues keep the China India border tensions alive. That is a statement which has been given. Critically examine the recent developments in India China border management and suggest a comprehensive roadmap for a long term resolution. So, clearly, there are two different parts to the question. So, when you're writing an answer, try to address all the parts in the question. Ensure your answer has a proper structure and a logical flow, and ensure you stick to the word limit as much as possible. So, let me help you with some questions by discussing the model answer and the approach that you can follow. You can apply the same model for the other questions as well. So here you can start with a good introduction by providing the context in 2 to 3 lines, in maybe 30, 35 words. You can describe the nature of India China boundary issue, maybe briefly provide the context, the historical context, and point out that the boundary tensions are persisting even today. So you can start from 1950s by referring to the long-standing boundary issue and mention the Ladakh crisis, pointing out that it is still present even today. So that is the assessment you're providing. You're not just blindly writing some random facts. You're actually taking a position, setting the context for the question, giving a brief background to India China border issues, and explaining that in the current context as well. Now, in the body, right, you can start by talking about the recent events, the Ladakh crisis, and how the Kazan summit has brought the crisis to a temporary end, how some normalcy has come back and normal patrolling has resumed. Then mention the diplomatic reset. Following the Kazan deal in Russia, both sides have resumed high level engagement. As I told you, the SR talks have resumed, special representative talks. There has been regular interaction between India's national security advisor and the Chinese state counselor, and as well as the Chinese foreign minister, Wang Yi. Right? Foreign Minister Jaishankar also has held conversations. Prime Minister Modi has held consultations with Xi Jinping at few multilateral platforms. So high level diplomatic engagement is back, and maybe things will stabilize in the coming days if everything remains normal. And also point out the recent restart of the Kailash Manas Sarovar Yatra, which is a key part of our cultural ties and people to people relations. Because of the COVID-19 pandemic and lockdowns, and then the Ladakh crisis, the Kailash Manas Sarovar Yatra had been suspended for 5 years. So it is resuming after a long gap, and this adds some confidence in the relationship. So now in the body, you've discussed some of the latest events concerning the boundary issue and India-China relations. Now you can critically assess the pressing issues and concerns that we have. Talk about the undemarcated nature of the border, which creates the confusion, the ambiguity, the differing perception that comes up. Then discuss the ongoing race between both the sides to create advanced military infrastructure, which I was discussing, and how both sides are preparing for an eventual conflict. Right? They're trying to create a deterrent, but it is also paving the way for an arms race of sorts as the Himalayan region is heating up with tensions. And finally, talk about the geopolitical standoff, with China aligning with Pakistan and backing Pakistan to create trouble for India, whereas China perceives India to be aligned with the quadrilateral, the quad grouping that consists of US, Japan, and Australia. But let me clarify India's position with regard to the quad. Though China calls it the Asian NATO, China sees this as a Asian version of the NATO military alliance. India has rejected these claims and allegations. India has said Quad has no military objective. Quad is just a diplomatic initiative, purely a diplomatic initiative. And at India's insistence, Quad has been diversified to focus on economic ties, technological development, research and innovation, even vaccine development. India has ensured that Quad becomes a diversified group. But the main focus of the Quad is to enforce rules based order in the Indo Pacific region. That is the primary objective of the Quad grouping. Since China is violating international rules in the Indo Pacific, be it in South China Sea, with regard to South China Sea dispute, or with regard to the other border disputes it has with other neighbors like India, Bhutan, etc. We have consistently seen China violating and breaking international law and international rules. So, to enforce the rules based order and to maintain the free and open nature of Indo Pacific, the Quad group was established by these four like minded democracies. That is the primary purpose. So, we don't seek to directly contain China or create a military challenge to China through Quad. It's just meant to enforce the rules and maintain stability in the Indo Pacific. That is something India has been very, very clear about. So, after that, you can talk about the concrete steps that we can take or that we are looking to undertake in the short to medium term to deal with the Chinese threat and the Chinese challenge. Maybe discuss about finding a permanent solution through special representative talks, talk about India pushing for finding this permanent political solution and how we are looking to step up the confidence building measures. There are plenty of opportunities where India China can actually work together dealing with natural disasters in the Himalayas. Right? The Himalayas is prone to earthquakes, landslides, avalanches, flash floods. We even share transboundary rivers. Instead of having concerns about water flow of Brahmaputra regarding how China utilizes the waters of Yarlung Sangpo through these mega dam structures, we can even start cooperating by sharing hydrological data, build disaster management cooperation, assist each other during times of difficulties, so that can build some trust in the partnership and create a more robust mechanism for military de-escalation whenever the tensions arise. Maybe we can even arrive at a agreement to pull back the troops from the front lines, reduce our troop deployment in the forward areas to ease the tensions in general, and consider closer economic, cultural ties and people to people relations and connectivity, because that is what will build genuine trust and partnership. So, this is something you can suggest and conclude your answer by summarizing what we have discussed. You can say that de escalation is a welcome step. Diplomacy is something that we should focus on. We should not seek war. But at the same time, you can strike a note of caution in the conclusion. I was seeing the comments. Most of you kept saying that we can't trust China with these commitments. You guys are absolutely right. That's what I said as well. So bring this out in the conclusion part, right? You can say India should focus on finding a diplomatic solution and maintaining the normalcy which is there. But we should be cautious. We should build up our defenses right? We should focus on military modernization, creation of border infrastructure, and build a stronger deterrent, create diplomatic alliances to try to bring that pressure on China. So this should continue in parallel. So please mention that in the conclusion so that the answer is more balanced. The evaluator will also realize that you are a well-read student who understands the topic in depth and you're able to present different viewpoints and arguments. So I've taken more time for the first topic. You know why? Because I wanted to take it a little slow so that you guys clearly understand everything, especially the answer writing approach. So I hope all of you are finding this to be beneficial. Now, let me pick up the pace because we will be looking at some smaller topics. We will quickly wrap up China in the next few minutes and then we will move to the next country, Pakistan. So let's look at India's economic relations with China. What is the nature of our economic ties? This can be another important topic. See, please note down that China is one of the top trading partners of India. Usually it is amongst the top two. China and United States are the top two trading partners of India, and our bilateral trade relationship is almost $139 billion. You can see that in the graph, how US China are the top two trading partners and how the trade relationship has crossed the $100 billion mark. So clearly, we have a robust trading relationship and very important economic ties. But however, there are some serious concerns and challenges. This trade partnership is extremely unequal. There is a huge trade deficit that goes against India. If the total trade volume is 139 billion, the trade deficit sometimes is more than $100 billion against India, which means we are importing more than $100 billion worth of goods from China and barely exporting 20-25 billion dollars worth of goods. And also, if you look at the pattern of the trade, we are primarily exporting raw materials and importing finished goods and components from China. So this is like a new form of colonialism. That's what colonial powers did. They looted raw materials and dumped finished goods on our market, destroying our native economy. And essentially, that's what China has been trying to do. China is known to create this dependency by leveraging its manufacturing strength. Since China controls the global supply chains, China is the key producer of most of the spare parts and key components across different sectors. Many countries have ended up becoming dependent on Chinese imports, and India has the same situation today. From the power sector to mobile electronics, even in the pharma sector, automobile sector, and many others, Indian companies have almost created a critical dependency on Chinese imports. If you look at power transformers in our country, most of it is imported from China. If you look at the back end of our mobile internet and telecom switching equipment, the core of the telecom internet infrastructure of our country, it's all sourced from Chinese companies like Huawei, ZTE Telecom, and others. Even in electronics, pharma, semiconductors, automobiles, and supply of critical minerals and other key components. If you look at pharmaceuticals, the core raw material, the APIs, active pharmaceutical ingredients, they are primarily sourced from China. Almost 60% of our API requirement is met through Chinese imports. Though India is labeled as the pharmacy of the world, we are the world's largest vaccine and generic drug producer. But our pharma industry is eventually dependent on China. 60% of APIs are coming from China. So this dependency is what creates a vulnerability for India. So there is a deep concern here for us. China is often known to resort to unfair trading practices. It has a very opaque pricing mechanism. China is known to give several hidden subsidies to create an unfair advantage for its producers. And since China produces on a mass scale, it is able to bring down the cost of production. It is able to leverage the advantage of scale, a scale based economy, right? Through its special economic zones and industry friendly policies and relatively cheaper and skilled labor. China is able to produce most of the goods at a relatively cheaper cost. And that is what primarily creates the dependency for India and other countries. And China is supporting some of the industries through hidden subsidies, through opaque and unfair pricing, which goes against WTO rules. China even resorts to a practice known as dumping. where China dumps its goods on the Indian market. Dumping is a prohibited practice under WTO, where an imported good is being sold in our market at a price lower than what it is being sold at in the domestic market. So there is no way Indian companies can compete with that. Our domestic manufacturing industry will be wiped out, especially our MSME industry. They will never be able to compete with such low cost Chinese products. So that has become the concern. And on the other hand, China doesn't give equal access for Indian companies into the Chinese market. For example, in some sectors, Indian companies have a strength in pharma, textiles, in IT and IT enabled services, in banking, finance, education, legal services. We have a core strength. But these Indian companies in these sectors are not given easy access into Chinese market. China creates various trade barriers, non-tariff barriers through strict policies and very strict regulations and eligibility criteria. So this restricts the access for Indian companies to tap the Chinese market, whereas we end up importing heavily from China and only send some raw materials to China. So this is the core concern, the imbalance in our economic relationship that we are seeking to address. We have even filed several cases against China at WTO. We even levy anti-dumping duties to counter the dumping of goods from China. And apart from that, there is a national security risk and a strategic concern involved. It is known that some of the Chinese companies which have a globally dominant position, which almost have a monopoly in their segment, they are known to have close links with Chinese military and intelligence establishment. For example, Chinese companies like Huawei, which dominate the mobile and telecom infrastructure domain. Across the world, most of your 2G, 3G, 4G networks are built on Huawei's equipment. There is a fear that Huawei is very close to Chinese army, the People's Liberation Army, and also to the Chinese MSS, the Ministry of State Security, which is the Foreign Intelligence Agency of China. So what if these Chinese tech companies are creating security backdoors that would later allow Chinese intelligence agencies to hack into these networks by exploiting the vulnerabilities that are deliberately created? That is the concern with various Chinese mobile applications as well. That's why India banned more than 200 Chinese apps during the Ladakh crisis. Popular apps like TikTok, WeChat, and many others were banned, including games like PUBG, because there was a fear that these Chinese tech companies and startups are being forced to share the data with the Chinese government and its security and intelligence agencies. And that represents a national security risk. And China is also known to misuse its economic advantage as a leverage in diplomatic negotiations to seek strategic geopolitical gains for itself. Because when China has such control over the supply chains, it can literally crush our economy, right? It can cause actual damage to our economy and several industries by holding back critical exports. Recently, you might have heard how Maruti Suzuki faced a big shortage of these critical magnets, the rare earth magnets, which only China produces in large numbers, which could cripple India's automotive industry. So China can leverage this. Imagine there is a military standoff or a border tension going on. China can turn off the economic tap, cut off the exports in the key sectors to hurt the Indian economy and use it as a leverage in diplomatic negotiations to gain strategic advantages. China is known to do that. China is known to engage in exploitative policies such as the debt trap diplomacy with smaller countries. China is known to provide these concessional loans, which are very attractive to small countries like Myanmar, Sri Lanka, and other African countries, etc. And these countries fall into a debt trap, a debt burden. Eventually, they can't repay the debt. And China takes over these projects. It appears to be a commercial project, but if you observe, most of these Chinese strategic projects have a strategic location. Though China says these are commercial projects, they all have a strategic location. Eventually, China gets hold of these projects for the long term, gets a long term lease, and potentially it could turn them into strategic bases for the Chinese Navy and the Chinese Air Force, thus projecting China's military and economic and diplomatic influence. You guys might have heard about the string of pearls theory, which China is supposed to be following. China is supposedly investing in strategic projects around India, across the Indian Ocean, to encircle India from all sides, to contain India. For example, the Gwadar port in Pakistan, Chittagong port in Bangladesh, the Kyokfu port in Myanmar, several port facilities in East Africa, a military base in Djibouti in Africa. It's believed all these Chinese investments are designed to encircle India. Then, upon that, China has a mega global infrastructure project, the Belt and Road Initiative, also known as One Belt, One Road project, which not only poses an economic challenge but poses a direct strategic and security challenge to India. So, these are the major challenges and concerns that we have with China. The only way out for India is to slowly reduce the dependency. You can't end the dependency overnight. We have to become self reliant, become Atmanirbhar, and reduce the dependency that we have on China, at least in some of the key sectors. See, in a globalized world, you can't cut off the dependency and end it overnight. If you do that, we will get more hurt than China, right? Because China will always find new markets, but India may not find new suppliers. So, gradually, we have to reduce our dependency in certain critical strategic sectors. We have to make the supply chains diversified and resilient. We should find alternate suppliers for certain key technologies and spare parts and products. And we should also become independent in some products and technologies. Focus on self-reliance. That is the only way out for India. So take up this practice question. Despite growing strategic rivalry, India-China economic ties remain deep and complex. Critically analyze the recent developments in bilateral trade, investment, and supply chain linkages, and recommend measures for managing economic dependence while safeguarding national interests. This is the question for you. So, again, if you read the question carefully, you will understand there are subparts to the question. First, you have to do justice to the statement which is given, that India China economic ties are deep and complex. So, start by giving an introduction of 2 to 3 lines or one small paragraph about the size of the economic relationship, the nature of the economic relationship. That would be a good beginning to your answer. And point out there are certain challenges and vulnerabilities. So, that would be a well rounded introduction. Then, in the body, what you can do is talk about some recent developments in our trade partnership, the trade deficit, the duplicitous policies of China, unfair trade policies, and coercive trade measures of China, and how India is defending itself through countermeasures like imposing anti dumping duties. So, explain those challenges and problems, including the strategic threat and the security threat that we are facing because of this trade partnership. How our over dependency on Chinese imports could backfire. China might weaponize the trade dependency and use it for a geopolitical advantage. To talk about all these problems, provide a good analysis here, and finally, create a roadmap for India. That should be the last part of your body. Suggest a way forward. How can India overcome the challenges? As I told you, we have to diversify the supply chains by partnering with like minded countries, Japan, Australia, US, European Union. We have to enhance our own capacity, become self reliant, ensure that we properly scrutinize China's trade practices, create mechanisms in our trade policy, in our foreign trade policy, to check the misuse that China might be doing, and how it might be dumping goods on the Indian market, the countermeasures that we need to take. We need to be more vigilant. And we should also be very cautious about taking in Chinese investments and Chinese FDI. There is a possibility that China might push for hostile takeover of Indian startups and Indian tech companies. There's a possibility that Chinese investments could pose a national security risk. So we have to carefully scrutinize the FDI flowing in from China. And after you present this way forward, conclude your answer by saying that this relationship should be guided by pragmatism, economic pragmatism. In a globalized world, countries will be dependent on each other. We can't cut off the dependency on China overnight, but we have to gradually reduce the dependency, especially in critical areas, strategic areas. become self reliant while building resilience in supply chains and diversifying our sources. That is what makes for a good conclusion. So let's see if you guys can practice this answer, write a answer to this question, and please try to share it in the discussion group of my Telegram channel so other students can also take a look at it. Now let's look at the China-Pakistan nexus, which has been posing a deep concern for India. The China-Pakistan nexus goes back many, many decades. As Kautilya says in the Arthashastra, Ari's Ari can be a mitra, enemy's enemy is a friend. This is very true in modern day geopolitics as well. Ever since China Pakistan became hostile against India, fought wars against India, they have been colluding, working together. Right after the 1962 war, China Pakistan signed a boundary agreement where Pakistan transferred the Shaksgam Valley, which was part of Pakistan occupied Kashmir. Essentially, it was Indian territory. It was ceded to China, and today China maintains strategic control at Shaksgam Valley. It has deployed troops on this part of Indian territory, which Pakistan occupied illegally from us. It has created infrastructure. And today, the controversial CPEC project, China Pakistan Economic Corridor Project, which is a key component of Belt and Road Initiative, passes through the Shaksgam Valley. That is the reason why India has boycotted the Belt and Road Initiative. Because accepting Belt and Road Initiative is as good as compromising on our territorial integrity and sovereignty. Because a key component of BRI, the CPEC, passes through Indian territory, which is illegally occupied by Pakistan and ceded to China. This nexus has escalated over the decades. Since 1960s and 70s, China became the key supplier of military hardware. Right? China has been primarily responsible for Pakistan's military modernization, be it its army, navy, air force. All the critical assets with Pakistani armed forces is largely of Chinese origin. In fact, Pakistan's entire nuclear and missile program is a cut copy paste of China's designs, which were secretly leaked through a covert program when China enabled Pakistan to procure nuclear weapons and advanced ballistic missiles to act as a proxy against India, to counter India. So these are the significant challenges that we have been facing till date. Till date, we presumed that there is a likely possibility of a two front war. Indian strategic planners have always anticipated this worst case scenario where China Pakistan might simultaneously go to war with India, where we may have to fight two enemies simultaneously that could drain out Indian armed forces. So, this is the worst case scenario, the worst case threat that we have been preparing for. They have extensive military collaboration, close military exercises like the Shaheen, and of late, China has even transformed and supplied advanced weaponry to Chinese armed forces, including the JF-17 fighter jets, the advanced VT-4 battle tanks, stealth frigates for the Navy, including submarines, the PL-15 beyond visual range missiles, which reportedly was used by Pakistani Air Force during Operation Sindoor, probably to take out some of the Indian fighter jets. The HQ-9 air defense systems, which were taken out by India in Lahore, Sialkot, and Karachi, but they did manage to intercept some of India's drones and missiles that we fired at Pakistan during Operation Sindoor, clearly pointing towards the Chinese reinforcement of the Pakistani armed forces during conflict. China has been actively supporting the nuclear missile program, and it has invested more than $60 billion in the CPEC project across Gilgit Baltistan and built the strategic Gwadar port. Plus, the very presence of China, the presence of Chinese workers, Chinese diplomats, and even Chinese troops in POK is a matter of deep concern for India because that makes China an indirect party to the Kashmir issue. Right? In the future, let's say, hypothetically, India Pakistan were to try and resolve the Kashmir issue through bilateral talks. Do you think China will let it happen? After investing billions and billions of dollars and after having strategic stakes in these projects that pass through POK, do you think China will let India Pakistan to ever settle the Kashmir issue? China will become an indirect party, and that is what really concerns and worries India. And Operation Sindoor has established that Our worst case threat is no longer just a two front war. What we have seen already, experienced in real, is the one front reinforced war. During Operation Sindoor, India detected active Chinese military involvement and intelligence involvement in the conflict, where Chinese weapons, Chinese military intelligence agencies were active in the battlefield, giving operational assistance and tactical support to the Pakistani forces during those 4 days of conflict under Operation Sindoor. India has recently revealed publicly that China was actively providing ISR support to Pakistan, intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance, by using its satellites, drones, and other aerial geospatial assets. China was actively tracking India's military movements and troop deployments and passing on the real time intelligence to Pakistan, giving it a slight battlefield advantage. China was also involved in engaging in electronic warfare and cyber warfare against India during Operation Sindoor. If not directly, it was doing it behind the scenes. That's why the most likely threat is not a two front war, not in a traditional conventional sense, where both China, Pakistan will simultaneously attack India. That may not be the possibility. But what is more real is China actively playing a role in the battlefield and helping Pakistan in real time during a India Pakistan war. That's what we refer to as a one front reinforced war, where Pakistan is fighting India, but China is reinforcing Pakistan from the back, supplying weapons, providing intelligence, engaging in hybrid unconventional warfare, resorting to these gray zone tactics. And we have already experienced this significant threat. So, going forward in the future, India's military establishment and strategic planners have to keep this consideration in mind. In the future, a war with Pakistan, even though it's a limited conflict, may not just be between India and Pakistan anymore. China will be there in the battlefield actively guiding, supporting, and enabling Pakistan. According to reports, China even enabled the psychological war campaign of Pakistan, the information warfare, the narrative war which was fought through media outlets and social media. There was active support coming from China, from official channels, Chinese social media, Chinese media outlets, which are aligned with the Chinese government, the Communist Party. They were essentially amplifying the Pakistani narrative. China, as always, continues to give full diplomatic support to Pakistan at global platforms like United Nations and FATF. It has shielded Pakistani terrorists from being designated by the UN Security Council. It has diluted the resolutions that we have brought up against Pakistan at UN, FATF, and other platforms. It has been blocking India's membership to nuclear suppliers group. So there is active diplomatic support as well, apart from the military intelligence and the tactical operational support in a battlefield. And that is the deep concern for India with regard to China-Pakistan nexus. So please take up this practice question regarding this topic. The evolving China Pakistan strategic nexus poses a complex and persistent security challenge to India. Analyze the multidimensional threats emerging from this alliance with reference to recent developments during Operation Sindoor. Suggest suitable strategic and diplomatic responses for India. So, for the next few questions, I'm not going to give you any model answer or answer writing approach because we've already discussed two of them in detail with a model answer. So I expect you to take that reference, take that approach, and implement that to the next 4 to 5 questions. Okay. And after a couple of topics, I will again start giving you model answers as we come to the end of today's class, maybe by 11 or 11:30 in the night. I will ensure that for remaining questions at the end, we will discuss the answer writing flow, the approach that you can follow, and I've added those reference points as well for your reference. Now let's look at one last topic under India China, the broader strategic competition in the Asia region, in the Indo Pacific region, and also, honestly, at the global level. See, in Asia and Indo Pacific, of course, India China are in competition. China is trying to subvert Indian influence in every neighboring country, from Nepal to Myanmar to Bangladesh to Sri Lanka, Maldives, Pakistan, and Afghanistan. China is actively undermining India's influence and interest in the Indian Ocean and stepping up its military presence and influence. From Mauritius to Seychelles to East Africa to West Asia to Southeast Asia, across India's extended neighborhood, China is actively playing a role through its diplomatic, military, and economic influence, trying to subvert Indian influence. See, India has been a natural power in South Asia and Indian Ocean because this is the backyard of India, right? This is where India is located. We are the predominant power in this region. But China has been countering India, especially since early 2000s. So in the last 25 years, I would say China has definitely stepped up its diplomatic, military, and economic engagement in our extended and immediate neighborhood. And we are facing a significant threat and challenge, be it from the Belt and Road Initiative, be it through China's debt trap diplomacy, or be it Chinese investments that we have seen at the global level in Africa, in Latin America, in Central Asia region. So across the world, we are at competition with China. It's not just the string of pearls strategy which I was mentioning, which is a Chinese attempt to encircle and contain India in South Asia and Indian Ocean. Our competition has gone beyond this region, from East China Sea to South Pacific to Arctic region to the Atlantic to Latin America and Africa and Central Asia. Around the world, today India, China are at competition because we are hunting for resources. Especially, we are looking for energy security. We are looking for hydrocarbon sources, oil, gas, etc. We are looking for critical strategic minerals. We are looking for even land as a resource to guarantee food security, right? We are looking for investments in critical sectors of Africa, South America, and around the world. China is already a big player in Africa, South Africa, and in South America and other parts of the world. And India is slowly trying to catch up with its own set of initiatives, with its own investments and connectivity projects. So maybe India doesn't have a mega global project like the Belt and Road Initiative, right? We can't aspire to do that because China is vastly superior in terms of its economic and military strength. But India has its own counter through smaller projects, smaller initiatives. For example, the Act East policy of India, the Sagar Mahasagar doctrine of India, connectivity projects like INSTC, the Kaladan project, Indian investments like Chabahar Port, our investments at Agalega Island in Mauritius. These are just few examples I'm giving you. Even our cultural initiatives like Project Mosam, the Buddhist Circuit Initiative, where we are trying to tap the Buddhist links between India and Asian countries to create closer cultural ties. All these initiatives collectively give us the strength to counter China. So we may not have one single initiative like China's Belt and Road Initiative. We may not be able to compete with China's loans or with China's economic might and its military strength. But through a step by step approach across the region, we are taking our own steps and measures, and collectively they give us the strength to counter China. We are engaging with the Quad group, and we also have a naval exercise with the Quad countries, the Malabar. The Malabar, which I mentioned earlier, has now been brought back by India, with Japan and Australia permanently joining the Malabar exercise, making it a naval exercise of the Quad countries. We are also working with Australia, US, and others to source critical and strategic minerals, focus on critical emerging technologies like artificial intelligence and other advanced fields of technology like quantum computing, semiconductors, space research, etc. You might be aware that India has joined the Mineral Security Partnership led by the US to scout for critical strategic minerals around the world. We have set up the Supply Chain Resilience Initiative, SCRI, by working with Japan and Australia. We have very close engagement in the field of science and tech and research and development with European powers, with Israel, US, Japan, Australia, many others, to focus on these critical emerging technologies so we can counter China in the technological domain as well. And our challenge and competition doesn't end over here. Even at global platforms, at multilateral organizations like UN, the Nuclear Suppliers Group, the WTO, we face a diplomatic challenge from China. For example, China has been trying to stall UN reforms as India is seeking a permanent seat at the UN Security Council. China is trying to stall the reforms of the UN. It has been shielding Pakistan, as I mentioned earlier, at the 1267 Sanctions Committee of UN Security Council. It has been shielding Pakistan at the FATF. It has been misusing global platforms to raise India's internal issues like Kashmir, Article 370, etc., in order to aid Pakistan's strategy against India. It has opposed India's membership of Nuclear Suppliers Group, as I mentioned earlier. Though all the other NSG members are supporting India's entry, it's a very important export control regime. India is very eager to join the NSG so that we can engage in nuclear commerce. Without joining NSG, you can't trade in nuclear material and nuclear technology. It is prohibited. And a condition to join NSG is that you should have signed non-proliferation treaty. But as you know, India will never sign non-proliferation treaty because it is inherently discriminatory. India has rejected the NPT long ago, back in 1967 itself, as it will not allow India to possess nuclear weapons and develop a nuclear weapons program. Because under NPT, only the 5 permanent members of Security Council are recognized as the official nuclear weapon states and allowed to retain nuclear weapons. So those countries which had nuclear weapons before 1967, they can continue to retain and build their arsenal, but others are supposed to give up the pursuit of nuclear weapons. That was not acceptable to India. Since China possessed nuclear weapons, we had fought a war with China by 1962. It was a strategic necessity for India to create a nuclear deterrent. So we went against the NPT and the international regime and developed our nuclear weapons. But today, our responsible nuclear program has been recognized by the global community, starting with the US. And they have given an exemption for India, the NSG exemption. US and all the other leading powers who are members of NSG, they are willing to accept India as a member of NSG without signing NPT. They know India will never sign non-proliferation treaty. So they're given the exemption to India. India is all set to join NSG, but China is not allowing it to happen because you need consensus in the nuclear suppliers group. All members have to agree to allow the entry of a new country. And China is deliberately blocking it. Then, even with regard to giving leadership to the global south, we have a competition for developing countries, underdeveloped countries. India has championed itself as a leader of the global south. We even organized the Voice of Global South Summit, the run up to the G20 that India hosted in 2023. We have always championed the voice of developing underdeveloped nations from Asia to Africa to South America to the Caribbean. But China has clearly taken a lead over India because it can provide more funds, more diplomatic support compared to India. You might have heard of a new Chinese initiative known as the IOMED, International Organization for Mediation. China has set up the world's first ever organization for mediation to settle disputes between countries through mediation. So this allows China to play a much bigger role in global disputes, help countries from the developing underdeveloped world to resolve their disputes through this platform, which gives China a unique leverage in global diplomacy, and that leaves India behind when it comes to giving leadership to the global south. So, across all these sectors and domains, we are facing a competition, a strategic competition with China, right? So, take up a practice question based on this topic. China represents the biggest strategic challenge for India's rise to global power status. Critically examine. If India has to rise as a global power, emerge as a developed nation by 2047, the biggest challenge is essentially from the Chinese influence and the Chinese competition that we are facing. So the question is asking, what kind of challenges are we facing and how do we overcome them, right? So the answer remains the same. The counter response of India is primarily by aligning with like-minded countries, quad countries, our neighbors and countries across Indo-Pacific, countries from global south, and all our projects, the connectivity projects, our investments, they collectively give that strength to India to counter China. So you just have to bring them together again and build an answer to this given question. So with this, we complete our detailed discussion of India China, a big topic. Now, let's go a little quicker. Let's pick up some pace. Let's look at India Pakistan. Under India Pakistan, I feel there are three topics which are most relevant for this year and next year: state sponsored terrorism, Indus Water Treaty, and Pakistan's internal problems. This is where you can anticipate questions. So, talking about state sponsored terrorism from Pakistan, well known that Pakistan wages a covert proxy war against India. Since 1960s, Pakistan has been fighting this covert war, starting from East Pakistan, when it started backing and supporting Northeast insurgent groups. But post 1971, after it lost the 71 war and India broke Pakistan into two parts and created Bangladesh, Pakistan saw this as a humiliating defeat, as an embarrassment. And post 1971, it swore to itself to bleed India through 1,000 cuts. Pakistan realized that it can't defeat India in a conventional war. By 1971, it had lost three conventional conflicts against India in 1947, 48, 1965, and 1971. Pakistan realized conventional wars are costlier, more expensive, the human cost is higher, and you can't sustain such a war to weaken the opponent. And since India always has a conventional edge, India will end up defeating Pakistan, and Pakistan will always be on the back foot. So Pakistan's military strategic intelligence establishment, they came out with this strategy in mid 1970s to sustain a covert campaign against India because it is a low cost option. The money, the resources, and the human cost involved is much, much lower than a conventional conflict, and you can sustain it and prolong it for decades and years. So Pakistan started backing the Khalistani outfits in 1980s, creating a major security challenge in Punjab. It started backing Kashmiri separatists in the 80s and 90s and created several anti-India terrorist groups to primarily destabilize Jammu and Kashmir and to break J&K from India. Pakistan has been known to have backed several northeast insurgent groups, primarily through East Pakistan and later through Bangladesh. Reportedly, Pakistan also has maintained contacts with Indian Naxals. So Pakistan has been in this business of fighting a covert war, a secret war against India from decades to bleed India through 1,000 cuts, to weaken our country, to destabilize the nation on our social divisions, especially our communal divisions that are present. It has set up fundamentalist organizations, Kashmir centric, these Islamist radical jihadist outfits such as Lashkar-e-Toiba, Jaish-e-Mohammed, Hizbul Mujahideen, Harkatul Mujahideen, Al Badr. The list goes on. It had even enabled the creation of an India based outfit known as Indian Mujahideen. Now you have proxies of Lashkar like the TRF, the Resistance Front, which carried out the deadly Pahalgam attack a couple of months ago. So Pakistan has bred, cultivated, nurtured multiple terrorist organizations and it has used terrorism as a policy, as a geopolitical weapon against India. India has been a victim of Pakistani state sponsored terrorism. Pakistan enables cross border infiltration from across the line of control. So, how does India deal with this challenge? What is the threat perception that we have? What is the counter response of India? What is the strategy that we are following? Right? That is something which is very important. So, the threat perception is very clear. All these jihadist outfits, the Kashmir centric Islamist jihadist outfits, they pose a constant threat to India as they have a support base along the Af-Pak border region and also in POK. This is where the terror training camps and the terror infrastructure and the launch pads are located, where Pakistan's army and ISI, right, the deep state, the hidden part of the Pakistani state, provide active support in training, in radicalization through funds, weapons. They even provide sophisticated military grade training to these terrorists. That is the big concern for India. Pakistan has used other neighboring countries as well, like Nepal, Bangladesh. It has even tried using Sri Lanka, Maldives, and Myanmar to target India from these countries by creating a base for terrorist groups in our other neighboring countries. Pakistan is carrying out an economic destabilization of our country by pumping fake Indian currency notes, FICNs. This enables terrorist financing and it also helps in destabilizing the Indian economy. So the threat is very clear. Pakistan poses a very serious challenge, and all the sponsored outfits, they clearly have links with the state actors in Pakistan. So, what is our response to this? See, until recently, we had a certain approach to Pakistan sponsored terrorism, which we can now categorize as our traditional counter response. So, over the last 30, 40 years, what we have done is we have tried strengthening our intelligence gathering and counter insurgency, counter terrorist operations. We have stepped up our intelligence gathering through better monitoring, better surveillance, through better intelligence networks, through human assets who can infiltrate terrorist organizations. And we have tried countering terrorism directly, head on, through counterinsurgency, counter-terrorist operations. Apart from that, we have relied on the diplomatic option, especially after the 26/11 Mumbai attacks. The then Manmohan Singh government engaged in coercive diplomacy against Pakistan to corner Pakistan for sponsoring terrorism, to expose the country in front of the world, and isolate the country diplomatically. This strategy has worked very well for India. It has been continued by the Modi government. We have been constantly building evidence, presenting proof of Pakistani state involvement in these dastardly terror attacks, and presenting this proof at United Nations, FATF, and across global capitals to gain support for India and in order to isolate and target Pakistan and bring that diplomatic pressure on Pakistan. We have managed to get several Pakistani terror groups and terrorists listed by the 1267 Sanctions Committee. We got the FATF to grey list Pakistan 3 times in the last 15 to 16 years. So India's coercive diplomacy has worked quite well, along with our improved intelligence and security measures. Then, after Pakistan started attacking only military targets from 2014 onwards, since India had built this global pressure, even US, European countries, and even Pakistani allies like Saudi Arabia, UAE, and others, they all stood with India post 26/11 and they brought pressure on Pakistan to not use terror groups like Lashkar-e-Toiba to target Indian cities or Indian civilian population. That's why you don't see a big attack from Lashkar-e-Toiba against Indian cities or civilian population post 2008 until 2025. We only saw attacks on military targets carried out by Jaish-e-Mohammed including the Gurdaspur attack, the Pathankot air base attack, and as well as the Uri attacks of 2016 and the Pulwama attacks of 2019. So when Pakistan kept on crossing the red line, the Modi government decided to take our response to the next level, and we retaliated against Pakistan with one off limited military strikes aimed at creating a deterrence against Pakistani sponsored terrorism. After the Uri attacks, we carried out precision surgical strikes when Indian Special Forces crossed over the LOC into POK and hit terror launchpads in Pakistani occupied territory. Then, following the Pulwama attacks of 2019, we carried out the Balkot airstrikes, where India breached Pakistani airspace and sovereignty and bombed the terror training camps of Jaish-e-Mohammed at Balkot. But these were one off military strikes, right? A single hit aimed at deterring Pakistan. But we have seen that these deterrents are not sufficient. Though India escalated the response, it has not deterred Pakistan from sponsoring terrorism. Because in April 2025, we saw the dastardly Pahalgam attack, which crossed all red lines for India, carried out by the TRF, a local terror group from J&K, which is a proxy for Lashkar-e-Toiba. They brutally slaughtered civilian tourists from other states. They specifically targeted the male Hindu tourists or non Muslim tourists, essentially, to exploit the communal divisions and to create communal hatred and to destabilize the country. So, India responded this time by adopting a new pragmatic approach. We have seen the introduction of a new doctrine from India from the Modi government following the Pahalgam attack. Operation Sindoor symbolized India's new doctrine against Pakistani sponsored terrorism. So, what is this new doctrine? The new doctrine is very clear that terror and talks, terror and trade, terror and water cannot go together. Prime Minister made this very, very clear. When Pakistan is bleeding Indians through these attacks, we cannot allow water to flow into their country. When Pakistan is engaging in active terrorism, we can't talk to such a country and engage in trade with them. So we retaliated with a series of coercive diplomatic measures. We suspended all trade, closed all the checkposts. We kept the Indus Water Treaty in abeyance. We even restricted our diplomatic ties and ordered all Pakistani nationals in the country to leave India immediately. And we have stopped all visa immigration services as well. It's not just these coercive diplomatic measures, but we have stepped up the military punishment, the cost that India is imposing on Pakistan. The new doctrine of India is very clear that even if a terror attack is carried out by non state actors, we will consider Pakistani state actors as a legitimate target. That's what we saw on 7th of May. If there is another terror attack on India, which is linked with Pakistan and Pakistan sponsored groups, we will hit back at Pakistani territory. But this Indian response will always be proportionate and non escalatory. Meaning, we will not hit Pakistani civilians. We will not hit Pakistani government targets and military targets, but we will go after the terror targets. That's why India hit the headquarters of Lashkar at Muridke, headquarters of Jaish-e-Mohammed at Bahawalpur, and several other terror training camps and launch pads. If Pakistan treats this as an act of war and retaliates and responds, then India will climb the escalation ladder and without hesitation, we will strike Pakistani military targets as well. This is the new doctrine India has laid down, which calls the nuclear bluff of Pakistan. Until now, Pakistan was hiding under the nuclear umbrella, always trying to threaten India with nuclear weapons, trying to keep an ambiguous approach on its nuclear doctrine. so that Indian governments would be worried that if at all we strike Pakistan through military options, we always worried that will the conflict turn into a nuclear war. But after the surgical strikes of 2016 and Balkot airstrikes of 2019, India clearly has climbed up the escalation ladder, drawn new red lines. We have shown to Pakistan and the world that we can punish Pakistan through military methods within the nuclear threshold, without crossing that nuclear threshold. This is done by adopting a non escalatory proportionate attack. We will not distinguish between state and non state actors. Again, if there is a terror attack, we will strike back at terror camps in Pakistan on Pakistani territory. If Pakistan retaliates, then we will go after Pakistani military targets as well. So the message is very, very clear that if Pakistan wants to sponsor terrorism, it has to pay a price. India will extract that cost from Pakistan to make this war costlier. So, this is the new doctrine that you should be aware of, and you should be able to represent this in an answer for any given question. So, please take down this practice question. I can read it out if you want. Despite sustained international pressure, Pakistan continues to use cross border terrorism as a strategic tool against India. In the context of the recent Pahalgam attack, critically analyze India's counter-terror response and the emerging contours of its new counter-terrorism doctrine. So this is your practice question. Use the approach that I gave you for the first two questions and please write a good answer. Try to share it in the discussion group of my Telegram channel. Now coming to the next topic under India-Pakistan, Indus Water Treaty. The Indus Water Treaty that we have kept in abeyance following the Pahalgam attack. So first a quick background and then the implications of India's decision. This is what will be relevant for both prelims and mains exam. The Indus is a shared water resource between India and Pakistan, and in 1960 we worked out this water sharing treaty that was mediated by the World Bank. It was considered as one of the most successful water sharing treaties in the world. Under the Indus Water Treaty, the Indus drainage basin is divided into the western and eastern rivers. Indus, Jhelum and Chenab are part of the western rivers. Ravi, Beas and Satluj are part of the eastern rivers. Now, according to the treaty, western rivers are primarily allocated to Pakistan. India has limited rights. We have limited usage rights over the western rivers. We can use our share of the water for irrigation, drinking, and other non-consumptive purposes, but we can't divert the flow of these rivers. We can't block the flow of these waters. India cannot block or divert the western rivers. We have to allow Pakistan to get its share of the waters while using our limited share. However, we can build run-of-the-river projects such as hydropower dams. These run-of-the-river projects, they don't divert or stop the water permanently. It only holds the water just to generate hydropower. We can make use of the limited rights we have and then we have to allow the waters to flow. So it's under these terms that we have managed to build hydropower dams on the western rivers such as the Kishan Ganga project, the Baglihar project, the upcoming Ratle hydropower project, etc. Now, Pakistan in the past has tried to derail these Indian projects by unnecessarily filing cases at Permanent Court of Arbitration, International Court of Justice, alleging that India is violating the treaty. But India has won all these cases because we have always followed the design restrictions as given under the Indus Water Treaty. In fact, as per the treaty, every year the Permanent Indus Commission would meet and the Indus Water Commissioners of India, Pakistan would meet and exchange data. So we have been religiously committed to this treaty from 1960 till 2025. Even when repeated terror attacks were taking place, though there were discussions in India whether should we quit the treaty and punish Pakistan by leveraging the treaty, repeatedly the government decided that we should not weaponize water, right? Because Pakistani civilians are dependent on it. And also we didn't want to break such a commitment which could hurt our international image. So India had cautiously left the Indus Water Treaty alone. We never weaponized it to punish Pakistan, even though when it was sponsoring terror attacks against India. Whereas on eastern rivers, we have complete usage rights. So total share which is given is 80 is to 20. This is the rough share allocated to Pakistan and India, which was seen as a fair settlement, given that India is a upper riparian country having greater control over these rivers. But however, after the Pahalgam attack, which was the ultimate red line for India, India decided to leverage the Indus Water Treaty for the first time, and we have kept the treaty in abeyance. So we have not quit the treaty. You can't quit Indus Water Treaty because there is no exit provision. There is no provision to quit or exit. Such a provision is not even part of the treaty. So what we have done, we have kept it in abeyance. We have paused our commitments, which means going forward, India will not be sharing hydrological data with Pakistan. No hydro data will be shared with them. So they can't easily predict or anticipate floods and droughts. Then India will carry out desilting to increase the storage capacity on our side, so we can store more water, and this can curb water flow into Pakistan. By using the existing dams, we will desilt the existing dams to increase the storage capacity to curb the water flow into Pakistan. And India will not be sharing the hydrological data. Then no more meetings of the Permanent Indus Commission. We will also stop the access that we were giving to Pakistan to review the design of our projects. So all our commitments are on pause, and India is looking at medium to long term measures as well, including the construction of new dams and storage structures, which will allow us to utilize 100% of the waters that is assigned to India, especially on the eastern rivers. Currently, we were not fully utilizing the assigned capacity. So, if India were to undertake these steps, this will significantly hurt Pakistan, increases the risk of droughts in Pakistan, floods in Pakistan, and Pakistan's agriculture, almost 90% of its irrigation is dependent on the Indus Basin. So India can weaponize this and use this as a leverage to target Pakistan. But the question is, should we do it? What are the risks and downside? What is the complication that might arise? See, first of all, this might hurt India's image at the global level. When you're seen to be breaking treaty commitments, right? It is seen as a breach of trust. And also, weaponizing water has its own challenges, because water is a basic necessity. It is associated with humanitarian concerns. So it might be branded as inhuman to punish Pakistani civilians, most of whom are innocent and have nothing to do with Pakistan's terrorism against India. And more importantly, if India punishes Pakistan with water war, it could create resentment amongst the people and increase the risk for India. More Pakistanis might start resenting India, which might increase the support base for radical terrorist groups that operate against India. So there are serious challenges and concerns, including the very legality of such a move. Right? Is it recognized, acceptable under international law? What will happen to India's image? Is it right to weaponize water, which is so basic to human survival? And will it create resentment amongst Pakistanis, which could cause long term threats for India? These are the challenges. So, based on this, take down this question. Discuss the strategic and environmental implications of Indus Water Treaty in light of recent geopolitical developments between India and Pakistan. And should India consider its reconsider its approach to the treaty? So, I think based on what we have discussed, you should be able to write a good answer to this question. Just follow the structure that we used, and the points that we have discussed in the same order. If you can present it in a well structured answer, that should be more than enough. Now, coming to the last topic under Pakistan, Pakistan's internal problems. Pakistan is staring at a deep political, economic, and security crisis, and I feel this topic can be very important for the exam. First, let's talk about the political crisis. See, in Pakistan, there is a duality of power. There are dual power centers. You have a elected civilian government, a so-called democratic government. Pakistan is a namesake democracy, right? It holds elections and there is a so-called elected civilian government, but with no real authority, no power. Because those who get elected and form the government, they can do it only if they have the blessings of the deep state, which is the Pakistani army and its intelligence agency, the ISI. Right from 1947, from Pakistan's birth, Pakistan's military has been meddling and interfering in Pakistan's politics. The country has seen repeated military coups, dictatorships, and the civilian government is no more than a puppet in the hands of the deep state. In fact, there is even a joke amongst Indian diplomats that it's very risky to become a Pakistani president or a prime minister because most Pakistani leaders either they get assassinated or they get kidnapped or they get exiled, they get jailed on corruption charges. That has been the fate of most Pakistani leaders, from Zulfikar Ali Bhutto to Benazir Bhutto to Nawaz Sharif, Parvez Musharraf. Everybody has faced the same fate. And now Imran Khan, who once was the blue-eyed boy of the Pakistani deep state, has been completely sidelined and crushed. His party Tehreek-e-Insaf, which started gaining mass popularity, it posed a challenge to the authority and popularity of the army and the ISI. So they pushed Imran Khan to step down. They meddled with the Pakistani government and even prevented Tehreek-e-Insaf from contesting last year's elections. All the Tehreek-e-Insaf candidates, they contested as independent candidates. And believe it or not, they got the maximum number of seats. More than 100 seats were won by independent candidates, just short of the majority. Then the deep state, which got alarmed, despite its interference, they could not rig and manipulate the election. That was the popularity of Imran Khan, though he was in jail, and the popularity of his party, Tehreek-e-Insaf. For the first time, we have seen large protests being organized against Pakistani state, the army, and its control over politics by the supporters of Imran Khan and Tehreek-e-Insaf. That is what threatens the survival of the deep state, and it has threatened the hold the army has on Pakistan's politics. So after last year's elections, to ensure the independent candidates of Tehreek-e-Insaf don't form the government, the deep state stitched a coalition together. They brought two unlikely rival parties together, the Pakistan People's Party of the Bhutto family and the Pakistan Muslim League, the Nawaz Sharif faction of the Nawaz Sharif family. That's how they stitched a coalition government and shared the power between them. So obviously, this current government you have under Shehbaz Sharif, it's not a truly independent and elected government. It doesn't really represent the wishes of the people. It's something which has been installed primarily by the Pakistani deep state. So this political crisis is undermining the control that army and ISI have on Pakistan's politics and society. Maybe this could also be one of the reasons behind the Pahalgam attack. In the last couple of years, the rise of Imran Khan's popularity, rise of Tehreek-e-Insaf's popularity, the mass protests that were seen had brought down the popularity of Pakistani army. People were finally questioning what the Pakistani state was doing as their economy has been destroyed. Pakistanis have no future left, while the army elites, they remain rich and powerful, channeling billions of dollars towards nuclear weapons and unnecessary military modernization and even terrorism. So this could be a possible reason why Pahalgam attack was planned, to create a diversion, a distraction, to trigger India to attack Pakistan so that Pakistani army becomes prominent, so that it can unite the Pakistani masses and divert their attention from the deep political crisis in the country. So this is something that has implications for India. There is a possibility of the Pakistani state collapsing, including the army ISI losing control. Because right now, Pakistan is in the midst of a deep economic crisis from the last few years. There has been runaway inflation. Inflation has hit 35% and above. Common people are not able to afford essential items. There is no electricity, no power, no water, no education. Jobs are not available. Industries have collapsed. There is a forex crisis. Pakistan has borrowed heavily for survival from China, from Turkey, from Saudi Arabia, from United Arab Emirates, who are the traditional investors in Pakistan. It has been surviving on the money that these countries are throwing at Pakistan. It reached a state where it required IMF bailout, direct bailout from the IMF, and IMF has provided an extended fund facility to try and bail out Pakistan's economy from this liquidity crisis. Correct? So the deep economic crisis, the political crisis, and as well as a brewing security crisis is what poses a threat to the very survival of Pakistan as a viable country and a state. After breeding terrorism and radicalism for so many decades as a state policy, today Pakistan itself is getting consumed by all the radicalism and terrorism. Terrorist groups like the TTP, the Pakistan Taliban, is the Pakistani faction of the Taliban. Just like you have Afghan Taliban, which has captured power in Afghanistan and formed the government, there is a Pakistan Taliban made up of the Pashtuns in the Afghanistan-Pakistan border. They are primarily targeting the Pakistani state. They want to topple the Pakistani state, capture power, and form a Islamic emirate or a Islamic state. Then you have other insurgencies going on, the Baloch and Sindhi rebels, right, who have opposed Pakistan's forceful control. We have the Baloch Liberation Army and other Baloch rebels and insurgents who have been fighting a insurgent war. You might remember the recent Jafar Express hijacking, right, which was claimed by the Baloch Liberation Army, or the recent deadly attacks by TTP. And now, what is even more interesting is that Afghan Taliban, which is like a brother organization of Pakistan Taliban, it has turned against the Pakistani state. Previously, the Afghan Taliban was like a puppet of the Pakistani deep state. The Pakistani army ISI controlled the Afghan Taliban as they gave them all support that was needed since 1990s. That's when Afghan Taliban was a major threat for India, as Pakistan was misusing the Taliban to create anti-India terrorist groups. But now, since Pakistan has been targeting the TTP, the Pakistan Taliban, Afghan Taliban doesn't like it. Pakistan has conducted strikes in Afghan territory as well to target the TTP. And this has led Afghan Taliban to turn against Pakistan today. And there is a very, very serious crisis going on in the country. Pakistan is only few steps away from the brink of collapse. So if the Baloch Sindhi movements rise in parallel with the TTP attacks, and if they manage to weaken the foundations of the Pakistani state, and if the economy continues as it is or crashes further, right, there is a possibility of Pakistan collapsing as a viable state. And that is a ultimate risk for India. There's nothing to be happy about such a scenario. That is the worst case scenario for India, because don't forget, Pakistan is a nuclear weapon state. The question is, what will happen to the nuclear arsenal? Will radical terror groups get hold of it? There are radical elements within the Pakistani military establishment. What if they leak the nuclear weapons into the hands of the terrorists? Obviously, they will try to use it against India. Right? So that remains the worst case scenario for us. It's very important to ensure the survivability of Pakistani state. While we seek to weaken the control of the army and ISI, the deep state, we want to strengthen democracy in Pakistan, strengthen the civilian government, which should become the legitimate authority and representative of the Pakistani people. So that is the challenge that India is faced with. So this internal development of Pakistan could also be relevant for India's foreign policy interests. So please take down this question. Pakistan is facing a multi-dimensional crisis, political instability, economic collapse, and internal security breakdown. Analyze how these developments can impact India's security and regional stability in South Asia. So on this note, I've completed my detailed discussion about Pakistan as well. China, Pakistan, two big countries are done. Now, let's look at Afghanistan next. Let's have a quick discussion about the developments in Afghanistan and what is important for our exams. And maybe after that, we can take a short break and we can come back after the break and finish the remaining countries in our neighborhood. I hope you guys are enjoying the session, understanding all these key topics along with the answer discussion. If you are, please press the like button, right? Share your comments, subscribe to our channel as well. So let's start with Afghanistan. Afghanistan occupies a strategic location between South Asia, West Asia, and Central Asia. It's located at the heart of Asia. But this country has seen decades of conflict, starting with the Soviet invasion in 1979. So, following the Soviet invasion during the Cold War, United States aligned with Pakistan to sponsor the Afghan Mujahideen to radicalize the Pashtuns to create a resistance against the occupying Soviet forces. That is what created the Afghan war that raged in the 1980s as the Mujahideen, who were radicalized with the help of the CIA and the ISI, with funds and weapons being flown. They effectively countered the Soviet forces and eventually Soviet Union retreated in 1989. In a way, Soviet Union was defeated. It even became one of the root causes for the collapse of the USSR in 1991. So, following the rise of the Mujahideen, a power struggle broke out in Afghanistan in 1990s. Different Mujahideen leaders and warlords were fighting for power. Different leaders came to power. Different governments were being formed in 1990s. In the midst of this civil war, in the midst of this power crisis in Afghanistan in 1990s, we saw the emergence of a notorious radical student insurgent organization known as the Taliban. The Taliban was a byproduct of the Afghan Mujahideen. By 1994, Taliban was established by Mullah Omar, the one-eyed sheikh, a radical student leader at that point. He brought the young Mujahideens together who had been radicalized by Pakistan and the US and formed a different entity, an insurgent organization, a radical political group which sought to capture power and form an Islamic emirate, a state, Islamic state, to enforce the Sharia. The Taliban very quickly made inroads in Afghanistan in the 1990s because of all the support that Pakistan was giving. Pakistan was controlling it as a puppet because by controlling Taliban, it could control Afghan territory. And it could use Afghan territory and soil, the border regions, to breed anti India terror groups to target India. That's how Pakistan managed to create a support base for Lashkar-e-Toiba, Jaish-e-Mohammed, Hizbul Mujahideen by linking them with Taliban, by linking them with Al Qaeda, which would later take shape in Afghanistan in the 1990s, and created a fertile terror ecosystem along this border, the AFPAK border. So, when Al Qaeda carried out the 9/11 attacks, the United States declared a global war on terrorism. It took aim at Al Qaeda and the Taliban regime, decided to hunt Al Qaeda leaders like Osama bin Laden, who were held responsible for the 9/11 terror attacks, and even targeted the Taliban regime, which was sheltering and protecting Al Qaeda. So, as the US entered this war with a NATO coalition force that was approved by the UN Security Council, the US led the International Security Assistance Force to invade the country. They successfully toppled the Taliban regime and they installed a Afghan civilian government. So when Taliban was in power in the 1990s, from 1996 to 2001, Taliban had managed to capture power and formed a Islamic emirate. It strictly enforced the Sharia. It targeted women and the girl children who would go to schools, strictly enforced dress codes and religious codes, prohibiting women from education, employment. taking away their rights, targeted religious minorities, Hindus, Sikhs, even Muslims, right, who wouldn't abide by the Salafist, Wahhabist ideology. They would all be targeted on religious lines, persecuted. And as a result, we saw a deterioration of human rights in the country. And since Taliban was sheltering anti India terrorist groups, India declared Taliban also as a terror entity, and we did not maintain any official ties with Taliban in 1996. We cut off all ties with them. We shut our embassy, and Taliban threw out the Indian diplomats as well. In fact, we even countered the Taliban regime from 96 to 2001 by covertly aligning with Iran and Russia, which were also worried about the Taliban. We fought a secret war from 96 to 2001 by sponsoring the northern tribes of Afghanistan to form the Northern Alliance that could counter the Taliban regime. India's RAW worked with Iranian intelligence and Russian intelligence agencies to fund the northern tribes, the Northern Alliance, to supply arms and weapons to them and use the Northern Alliance to counter the Taliban regime. So we were fully hostile to Taliban as Taliban was a threat to India, right? So this Taliban regime, which had been toppled by the American invasion led by the international coalition forces, was very good news for India. So when a civilian government was installed in 2001, India quickly reached out to the Afghan government and built a very close partnership that lasted for 20 years. We invested $3 billion in the country, generated a lot of goodwill. We built critical projects. For example, we built the Kabul parliament to strengthen democracy in Afghanistan. We built the Salmar hydropower dam. We took up more than 500 development projects in education, healthcare, built schools and hospitals to reconstruct Afghanistan. We also built a strategic road. Can you see this red line that connects Zaranj with Delaram? This strategic highway was built by India because the Zaranj Delaram highway can be linked with the strategic Chabahar port in Iran, which has been built by India. So our plan was to link with Afghanistan via Iran through the Chabahar port, through the Chabahar railway line and the road project over here, and use the Zaranj Delaram highway to link with the Afghan ring road that you are seeing here, that connects all major cities like Herat, Kandahar, Ghazni, Kabul, Jalalabad. All of them are connected, even Mazar-e-Sharif. So India's ambition was to extend this connectivity network even into Central Asia. Because one of the hindrance we have, since Pakistan has occupied parts of Kashmir and Gilgit-Baltistan, we have lost direct access to the Wakhan corridor. If not for Pakistan occupying this Indian territory, we would have a direct border with Afghanistan at the Wakhan corridor in the Hindu Kush mountains, a short 96-kilometer border. From here, we would have direct link with Afghanistan. From here, we could have reached Central Asian countries like Uzbekistan, Tajikistan, and Turkmenistan. All these countries are blessed with resources. We have great relations with them. They want to trade with India. They want to share the resources with India. But we can't do any of this because we don't have direct connectivity. And connectivity via Pakistan is a complete non-starter. It's not viable. You can't trust Pakistan. Pakistan would never give access. Even if it gave access, you can't trust it because you never know when it will use terrorist groups to attack the trade routes. Or when tensions are high, it might end off the access. So it would be an unreliable route. So India worked with Iran and Afghanistan to create an alternate route via Chabahar port. In 2017, we even entered a trilateral agreement. India, Iran, Afghanistan signed a trilateral agreement to establish the Chabahar trade route. And Central Asian countries they were also very excited about this trade route. So they could trade with India, connect with Arabian Sea and Indian Ocean. It would have stabilized Afghanistan. But before we could realize this ambition, the unthinkable happened. The US, which was fighting a losing battle, which had gotten distracted by the unnecessary war in Iraq, It saw the resurgence of Taliban, and eventually the US struck a deal known as the Doha Agreement. The Doha Peace Agreement between US and Taliban was signed. The US exited, quickly ran away from the country by withdrawing its troops, and gave all the advantage to Taliban. Even the Taliban and Al Qaeda leaders who were in jail were released by the US as part of the deal. And the US never consulted the Afghan government or even India, for that matter, in the peace process. And it paved the way for the return of Taliban. And as expected, in 2021, Taliban captured power very easily. It quickly toppled the civilian government and captured power again. So, right now, Taliban is back in power, and it's like a return back to 1996. We have seen that women and the girl children have been targeted again. Women rights have been violated. Minorities have been targeted. So human rights is always at risk when Taliban is in power. The Taliban interim government, which is there, it's not an inclusive government, right? It doesn't represent all the Afghan people. So this is where India faced a dilemma. Should we engage with this new government, or should we continue the previous policy of not talking to Taliban? But this time, the reality was different. Most countries were talking to Taliban and striking their deals, just like US struck a deal with the Taliban. Iran, Russia, China, of course, Pakistan, Turkey, or Turkey, they've all maintained their own ties with Taliban, including Qatar. Qatar even hosted the political office of Taliban at Doha that facilitated the peace talks between US and Taliban. India was the only one which was getting left behind. So after Taliban came to power, India reached out to Taliban leadership in Doha. The Indian ambassador, for the first time officially, India engaged with Taliban by meeting the political representatives of Taliban in Doha. And since then, we are slowly reaching out to Taliban, because this time Taliban is also seeking recognition. This time Taliban is slightly different. It's not that they are moderate or they are reformed. No, they are the same guys, extremist radical elements, crushing gender rights and human rights and minority rights. That will never change. But at least this time, they understand that they need global support and global recognition. So they're craving that recognition, and they realize the role of India, the importance of India. They know India can bring massive investments, which we have done before. They know India's recognition will hold a lot of value, as India is a major democracy. And more importantly, as I mentioned just a few minutes ago, Pakistan and Taliban are having problems. They have basically broken up to some extent. Like, a couple has broken up and a third person gets the benefit of it, right? So Pakistan has had issues with Taliban, given that it has been backing the TTP, sheltering them, supporting them. A couple of years ago, the Afghan Taliban had negotiated a peace agreement, a ceasefire, but TTP broke the ceasefire, started launching attacks, and Pakistan has retaliated by launching army raids and airstrikes into Afghan territory. Naturally, the Afghan Taliban government doesn't like it. Plus, they don't like the fact that their brother organization is being targeted with the Pakistani state. So, major differences have come up between them. Pakistan has even targeted Afghan refugees and pushed them back into Afghanistan. So, because of all these differences, there is a breakup of sorts between Pakistani state, the deep state, and Afghan Taliban. And India has a golden opportunity to capitalize on this, because Taliban needs India, and India can change the behavior of Taliban, at least to some extent. So we are seeing a major outreach that is happening from India, and the last few months, some very, very big developments have taken place, unprecedented developments. At the start of this year, in January 2025, India's Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri met with Taliban's interim Foreign Minister Mutaki in Dubai. This was the highest level interaction we have ever had with the Taliban regime. And just 2 months ago, in May, after the Pahalgam attack and Operation Sindoor, India's foreign minister, External Affairs Minister Dr. Jaishankar, held a telephonic conversation with the interim Afghan Foreign Minister Mutaki. And this is the highest ever engagement that has taken place officially between India and Taliban. So it's no longer limited to diplomatic engagement at the level of diplomats. It has now reached the level of the leaders, where India's foreign minister spoke to the Taliban's interim foreign minister Mutaki. And what was interesting during the call was that Afghanistan, that is Taliban, criticized the Pahalgam attack. Imagine a radical group which was previously aligned with Pakistan, enabling terrorism against India, has today openly criticized Pakistan and sympathized with India for the Pahalgam attack. It even dismissed all the fake news Pakistan was creating regarding Operation Sindoor. During Operation Sindoor, Pakistan tried creating distrust between India and Afghanistan by spreading rumors that Indian military strikes had hit Afghan territory, which was a blatant lie. Taliban stood with India and expressed support for India during Operation Sindoor and dismissed the rumors that Pakistan was spreading. So now we are in a right position to take this relationship forward, right? Maybe we will not provide recognition because that would be a big step. As of now, Russia is the only major country, the first one to give recognition just few days ago, right? You might have read in newspapers that Russia has recently given recognition to Taliban regime. China has been maintaining diplomatic relations, but it doesn't have official ties. China has not still recognized Taliban regime, though it maintains the diplomatic ties. But Russia has become the first country to give official recognition to the Taliban regime. Now, India is trying to play it in between, taking a more balanced approach. What we are doing is we are incentivizing any good behavior from Taliban. And at the same time, we will disincentivize any harmful actions of Taliban. Because, see, we can't blindly ignore the human right considerations and the gender right considerations. So, India is adopting a carrot and stick policy, giving a carrot if it behaves well, and using a stick parallelly to beat Pakistan if it misbehaves. So, yesterday, something remarkable has happened at the UN General Assembly. I want all of you to take note of this. This is a latest development reported just few hours ago. For the first time, India has abstained from a vote at the UN against the Taliban. Germany had pushed a resolution at UN General Assembly yesterday criticizing Taliban for violating human rights and gender rights, for not providing for equitable inclusive representation. India is one of the few countries, just 12 countries abstained. More than 116 countries have voted for it. They voted against Taliban. But India abstained from the vote, which means we are taking the middle path. Honestly, this was unthinkable before. India has done the unthinkable. We have abstained from the vote, meaning we are taking a balanced approach. We will incentivize Taliban's good behavior if it helps us counter terrorism that comes from Pakistan, if it helps us protect all our investments and projects and our connectivity routes, then we will help the Taliban regime. We have been sending food aid, we have promised them investments, we have given them disaster relief during earthquakes and floods. So we will continue this support if Taliban works for Indian interests. But if they misbehave, if they target women, if they target minorities, or again, if they work with Pakistan backed terrorist groups, if they try to give space for terrorism, we will punish them by working with the global powers. So, this is the new outreach of India, the new approach of India. And there's something remarkable that India is considering. We have proposed the restart of a dam project. Initially, we had started this with the civilian government of Afghanistan before 2021. But since Taliban takeover, this idea had been dropped. But now that India Taliban are collaborating, we are finding a middle ground to work together. What India can do is, without giving official recognition, we can give them support in some projects and investments. India is looking to execute the Shatut Dam project on the Kabul River. And why is this significant? It is extremely significant because Kabul River eventually joins the Indus Basin. So imagine, Taliban already has issues with Pakistan. India has already kept Indus Water Treaty in abeyance. We are looking to utilize more of these waters, which can affect water flow into Pakistan. So, if the Shatut Dam is built by India Taliban together, and if we can control the flow of the Kabul waters into Indus Basin, even from the west, the water flow into Pakistan will be affected. So, not only water flow from east, from India, from the Indus Basin can be cut off by keeping the Indus Water Treaty in abeyance. We can even work with Taliban if needed and execute the Shatut Dam project on the Kabul River and ensure that water flow into Pakistan is affected. This is the strategy India is looking at. Because see, China is very active here. China is building the Mohammed Dam on the Swat River in the Indus Basin. China is building dams in POK, which is Indian territory. You might have heard of the Daimar Basha Dam on the Indus that China is building. It is in Pakistan occupied Kashmir. So this is India's counter strategy, not only to bring that pressure on Pakistan, but also to counter the China Pakistan nexus. This explains the outreach of India, which is honestly remarkable, and it's a new shift in our foreign policy towards Afghanistan. So that is why this topic is important, and you can anticipate a mains question on this topic, or even some prelims questions on what we have discussed. So please take up this practice question, read the question carefully, and use it for your answer writing practice. So I think now we can take a short break. Let's come back, and then after the break, we can resume our discussion. So let's take a 15 minutes break, 9:30, 9:31. Let's come back by 9:46. Okay. So I'll see you in 15 minutes. Refresh for some time, and we will come back and restart the discussion. We have some more interesting topics, and hopefully, in another few hours, we'll be able to wrap up the entire chapter of India's neighborhood relations. In the meanwhile, let me know how the class is going. I hope you guys are liking it, benefiting from it. And if you are, please press the like button. Ensure the video reaches more students. Share it with other aspirants. So it motivates us as well to do better and keep on bringing such initiatives. So I'll see you in 15 minutes and we will resume the discussion from there. Hello everyone, welcome back to the session. Please let me know if the audio video is fine before I can resume the discussion. Can you please comment and let me know if the audio video is clear? Until now, we have discussed everything about China, Pakistan, and Afghanistan. So please let me know if the audio video is fine so we can start with the next part of our discussion and we can cover the entire neighborhood of India in this one single marathon session. I hope the audio video is fine. Okay, very good. Now let's move our focus to the Himalayan region. Let's look at the Himalayan neighbors, Nepal and then Bhutan. Let's start with India Nepal relations. There are three topics which are very important for our prelims and mains exam. We have to understand Nepal's political turmoil, which impacts India. We have to talk about the boundary disputes and tensions that are present and the India China competition. These are the three major topics which are important from the examination point of view. If you look at Nepal, we share historical civilizational ties with Nepal. Since centuries, we are connected with Nepal through Hinduism and Buddhism, forming a very strong cultural, civilizational connect. The people of both the countries have a very, very close connection. So, to maintain this close people to people relationship and cultural relationship, India decided to keep the borders open between India and Nepal through the 1950 Treaty of Peace and Friendship. This treaty is the foundation of our relationship. As China annexed Tibet, it created panic amongst the Himalayan kingdoms such as Nepal, Sikkim, and Bhutan, and they all rushed to India for help and protection. So, India set up these Himalayan states as security buffers against Chinese expansionism and aggression. We signed the Treaty of Peace and of Friendship in 1950 and decided to keep our borders open so that we can continue our close people to people relationship and our close cultural and economic relationship. Because don't forget, Nepal is a landlocked country. It doesn't have direct access to the sea. So it depends heavily on India to access the sea and to trade with rest of the world. In fact, Nepali students, workers, they are dependent on India for studies, for their livelihood. Nepali traders use the transit access we have given to access the Indian seaports, such as Kolkata, and they can reach the Bay of Bengal and trade with rest of the world. India also provides all essential supplies to Nepal. So Nepal has a critical economic dependency on India. So to maintain the close economic ties and cultural and people to people relations, we kept our borders open, which means there are no hard border controls. It's a soft border with free movement allowed for people, vehicles, and goods. In fact, you don't need a visa. If you're an Indian citizen, you don't need a Nepali visa to visit the country, and vice versa. Nepalis can come to India without a Indian visa. Also, the security measures are very relaxed. The border guarding forces, the SSB, the Sashastra Seema Bal on the Indian side, they are restricted from opening fire and carrying heavy weapons to facilitate the free and easy movement of people. So this marks the foundation of our relationship. For many decades, India and Nepal have been very close. We have made a lot of investments in Nepal's development and infrastructure. We have played a role in Nepal's hydropower sector. We have built roads, bridges, and railway lines. We have helped them in their education, healthcare, and rural development and agriculture as well. In fact, at one point, India was deploying troops in Nepal as well to jointly patrol Nepal's borders with China. But Nepal slightly started turning against India and got closer to China after Sikkim merged with India in 1975. The merger of Sikkim, which took place under controversial circumstances, it was alleged that India forced Sikkim's merger by creating a crisis in the Chogyal kingdom. So Nepal panicked when it saw the alleged Indian interference. Nepal thought India might do the same with the Nepali kingdom. So from 1970s, Nepal got slightly closer to China and it kept on playing India versus China. In Nepal, one major issue we have is the mistreatment of the Madesi people. The Madesis are an ethnic minority found in the Terai Plains, the Terai Belt, the southern plains of Nepal that extends into India towards Uttar Pradesh and Bihar. The Madesi people are connected with Indian families in UP and Bihar as they have a marital relationship. That is, across the border, families marry into each other. Nepali families marry into Indian families. So Madesi people are very closely connected with India. And of course, India is worried and concerned about their rights and their development. And in Nepal, they have constantly faced discrimination, and India often supports the Madesi issue, the Madesi rights. So, this support of India for Madesis has generated anti India sentiments in Nepal. The Pahadi community and also those closer to the royal monarchy, they have often opposed India's role in supporting the Madesi issue. And some of the Nepali leaders and politicians have exploited this issue to allege that India interferes in their politics. And using this allegation, they have built the nationalist sentiments and created anti India sentiments. In 1990s, Nepal even went through a civil war caused by the Maoists. We saw the rise of left wing extremism under the Communist Party of Nepal, the Maoist faction, which pushed the country into a civil war. Eventually, India played a big role to negotiate between the Nepali government and the Maoists and brought the civil war to an end in 2005 2006. So, following the end of the civil war, when India negotiated the 12-point peace agreement between the Maoists and the Nepali government, following this, Nepal rejected monarchy. Until then, it was a constitutional monarchy, it was a theological state, the only Hindu state in the world. But following the Indian intervention to end the civil war, Nepal underwent a transition and adopted constitutional democracy, became a secular republic. So from 2008, Nepal started drafting its constitution. It took 7 years to finalize the constitution, which was adopted finally in 2015. This new constitution also was very controversial because Madesis were asking for equal rights and more inclusive treatment. They wanted more states to be created in the southern parts of Nepal to increase their representation in the new Nepali parliament. But these demands of Madesis and other minorities like the Janjatis, the forest dwelling tribes, they were not met. And eventually, this constitution was adopted, and India was not very happy with it. So, when India kept on pushing the Madesi issue, asking for equal rights for them and equal representation for them, this was seen as India's interference in Nepal's politics and Nepal's internal matters, and it contributed to the rise of anti India sentiments. Especially few politicians and parties in Nepal, which are pro China, have exploited this sentiment and built sentiments against India. So, this remains a concern for us, but over the decades, Nepal has seen a lot of political turmoil. Since 2008, since it started drafting the new constitution, multiple governments have changed. There have been several presidents and prime ministers, one after the other. And the lack of political stability is something that creates a crisis in Nepal. It affects the development of Nepal. It makes Nepal more dependent on neighbors like China, which creates problems in turn for India. Even in the last decade, there have been multiple changes in government and leadership, and this continued political instability is at the root of the problem in Nepal. So, this is something India is trying to address. We are trying to continue our friendly partnership, trying to keep China as much away as possible and bring some political stability in the country so that there can be some economic progress and development. So, this is one major issue. The instability and the political crisis has played a role in the rise of anti India sentiments and Nepali nationalism, which often benefits China. Now, other than that, when Nepal was under certain leaders like KP Sharma Oli, when KP Sharma Oli became Nepal's prime minister in 2016 and again in 2019, KP Sharma Oli and his party, the Communist Party of Nepal, the Marxist Leninist faction, this party in particular has always had a pro China inclination and an anti India opinion. KP Oli, when he became the prime minister in 2016 and again in 2019, he kept on promoting anti India sentiments and pro China policies were adopted. That's when we saw the escalation of these old border disputes, which are a colonial legacy. Where after the Anglo Nepalese Wars in 1816, between British India and Kingdom of Nepal, a treaty was signed, the Treaty of Sugoli. Under the Treaty of Sugoli of 1816, the borders of British India and Nepal was determined. And the British did a shoddy job. They used the Himalayan rivers as reference points and drew these boundary lines, which we inherited post independence. But due to the lack of clarity along the border areas, we have two standing disputes, the Kalapani dispute and Susta dispute. These were minor disputes for many, many decades. This dispute never escalated because by and large, India and Nepal were good friends despite all the issues and problems we had, despite the instability and the lack of trust that was there. In general, India and Nepal have been decent friends, at least, decent neighbors. So both countries had this understanding that we will not escalate the minor boundary issue at Kalapani and Susta. But recently in 2019 and 2020, when KP Oli was the leader, there was a deliberate escalation of both the disputes. Nepal published new maps and amended its constitution to claim Kalapani and Susta as its own territory. And it even escalated the diplomatic tensions, creating an unnecessary problem in the relationship. In these maps, you can see the Kalapani region, which is part of the Pithodgarh district in Uttarakhand. Here, the British had used the Kali River as a reference to draw the boundary. But the Treaty of Sugoli is not very clear as to which branch of Kali is referred to as the border between India and Nepal. India has a different claim, Nepal has a different claim, leading to this dispute. Though it has been under Indian control since independence, Nepal of late has been claiming it, and this leads to escalation of the crisis. Now, this region is strategically vital for India because it includes the Lipu Lake Pass at the tri-junction of India, Nepal, and China, which is one of the routes to access the Manas Sarovar Yatra, the Mount Kailash and Lake Manas Sarovar, which is a sacred Hindu pilgrimage in Tibet. And also from a strategic military point of view, Lipu Lake Pass is vital to deal with China's military aggression. So India believes that KP Oli was escalating Kalapani dispute at the behest of China. Because of late, India has improved its border infrastructure near the Lipu Lake Pass. In 2020, we inaugurated a strategic road. The Darchula Lipu Lake Road was built and inaugurated by India, which gives us all weather connectivity. It will facilitate the Kailash Manas Sarovar Yatra as well, improve the local economy, and serves a strategic military purpose for Indian Army to quickly move the troops and deploy them near Lipu Lake Pass. So, due to these advances that India was making, maybe China felt threatened and used leaders like KP Oli to instigate the dispute unnecessarily. Then, if you look at the Susta dispute, this is also a legacy of the Treaty of Sugoli. In the treaty, the Gandak River, also called the Narayani, was used as a reference. So, whatever was on one side of the bank was Nepal, the other side of the bank was Indian territory, according to the treaty. But as you know, Himalayan rivers, they meander. They're known for their meandering nature. They keep changing their course. So, over the decades, the course of the Gandak has changed, and Susta has essentially fallen on the Indian side. And India claims Susta as per the treaty. But Nepal rejects the argument and says that Susta has always been part of Nepal's territory. So all these disputes have led to the escalation of tensions when we had anti-India leaders like KP Oli in power. So these tensions which are present and the political instability which has been there in Nepal affects all our investments and projects. For example, we have not been able to fast forward our hydropower investments. Though India has tried to tap the hydropower potential in Nepal, we have faced a lot of protests. We have faced a lack of cooperation from the government. There is a policy paralysis as well because of the political instability. The frequent change in governments and leadership affects the decisions that are taken, and Indian projects have they have been delayed. They have faced a lot of hurdles and problems. So that is how India gets affected because of all these developments in Nepal. But one thing is very clear: the challenge from China, the Chinese influence in Nepal is very, very evident. See, please understand, for China, destabilizing Nepal, Ladakh, Sikkim, Bhutan, and Arunachal Pradesh, it is all part of a strategy known as Mao's five finger policy. Mao Zedong, the founding father of modern China, the leader of the Communist Party, right, who led the communists to victory during the Chinese Civil War and became the first leader of China. He came out with the five finger policy to allow China to retain its control over Tibet. According to five finger policy, Mao Zedong advocated that if Tibet is like the palm of your hand, then Tibet has five extensions like five fingers, which is nothing but Nepal, Ladakh, Sikkim, Bhutan, and Arunachal Pradesh. And Mao Zedong advocated to the Chinese establishment that keep meddling, keep interfering in these five extensions of Tibet, the five fingers, destabilize them so that nobody will threaten our control over Tibet. That has been a Chinese strategy. To retain its hold on Tibet, it has been destabilizing the five extensions, the five fingers. That's why China plays such a big role in Nepal as well. Just as we saw in Ladakh and Arunachal Pradesh and Sikkim, right? In Nepal and even in Bhutan, China keeps on meddling and tries to destabilize the region. And also, don't forget, there are Tibetan refugees in Nepal as well. And China would like to monitor their activities. China is concerned about the presence of Tibetan refugees in Nepal. That is why China is expanding its influence. Nepal has joined the Belt and Road Initiative, and China has made some significant investments in infrastructure. China has invested in hydropower projects. It has recently built and inaugurated the Pokhara International Airport. It is building a trans Himalayan railway road line, which is going to be part of the Belt and Road Initiative, that is going to connect Tibet with all the major nodal points in Nepal. If you see this map, you will notice that China's upcoming road and rail infrastructure projects in Nepal is touching Lumbini, the birthplace of Lord Gautam Buddha, which is right on the borders with India. And this is a strategic security threat. Potentially, China can misuse these road and rail networks and even the Pokhara airport during a crisis or a military standoff to bring its troops right next to the Indian border along UP and Bihar and pose a significant threat to India. So these are the various challenges that we are facing in Nepal. So based on this, there can be a mains question. So please take a look at the question. I will give you the answer writing approach based on which you guys can attempt answer writing for this particular question. Nepal's ongoing political instability has broader implications for India's strategic interests in the Himalayan region. Critically analyze how Nepal's internal turmoil impacts India-Nepal relations and regional geopolitics. So this is an anticipated question. So what you can do, you can start with an introduction where you talk about Nepal's persistent political instability, especially since 2008, how repeated change of government and leadership has affected policy making, and how it contributes to rise in anti-India sentiments. Also point out why Nepal is crucial for us because of its location. It is sandwiched between India and China. It is like a buffer for India to deal with Chinese aggression. So once you set the context in the introduction, in the body, you can discuss the impact on our relations in detail. Provide some details as we discussed, how the political crisis affects India and how the border issue has been escalated, how our projects have been delayed and derailed. Point out these geopolitical concerns because of rising Chinese influence and how it impacts our investments in the country. So I have given a point wise approach for you, right? There can be nothing easier than this. This is the simplest approach you can follow to start writing answers and practicing answer writing. Have a separate heading for the security implications, right? Couple of points under each heading, and then conclude your answer in 3 to 4 lines. Point out why stability in our neighborhood is important. What can India do? How can we counter the allegations of Indian interference and the anti India sentiments? Provide some suggestions, and that should be a very good answer at the end of it. Now, let's move on to the next country, the next neighbor of India in the Himalayan belt, that is Bhutan. So, with regard to Bhutan, there are three important issues to discuss: the model relationship between the two countries. Bhutan is like a perfect neighbor for India, which has never created any trouble or problems for India, never threatened Indian interests, never allowed China or any external power to exploit the region to target India. India has always stood with Bhutan and given all the help and assistance, and that's what makes it a true model relationship. So let's discuss about this. Talk about the China Bhutan border dispute, how it affects India, and the upcoming Gelugfu Mindfulness City project. So let's have a quick discussion on this. Remember, till now, UPSC has not asked a question on Bhutan, which makes it a hot topic. There have been some big developments. There are some big developments coming in the future as well. That's why the topic becomes very important. Many experts agree that this is a time tested partnership. In 1949, we cemented this relationship with the Treaty of Peace and Friendship, and we have set up partially open borders to facilitate the easy movement of people and goods. Just like Nepal, Bhutan is also a landlocked country. It depends on India for sea access, and it has a lot of economic dependency on India because, as a small country, it has a very limited economy. And also, Bhutan, which is a Buddhist majority nation, it has a very unique belief system and policy system. It doesn't believe in GDP led growth. It doesn't believe in polluting the environment and destroying the biodiversity for the sake of economic growth. It has adopted a very different model of growth measured through the GNH, Gross National Happiness Index. It focuses on environment conservation, biodiversity protection, sustainable development. It only focuses on those sectors which are non polluting. For example, it has promoted some cottage industries, basic agriculture. It is a popular tourist destination. It only promotes ecotourism. It strictly regulates the tourist flow so that tourism doesn't over burden the environmental ecosystems. So Bhutan is very, very serious about its commitment to the environment, and it's one of the few climate friendly countries in the world. It is a carbon negative country, right? It absorbs more carbon than it emits, and it's seen as a leader with regard to climate change and climate action efforts. So India respects this unique economic model of Bhutan. We have never forced our interests on Bhutan. We have never forced Bhutan to open up its resources to India. Right? India has never forced Bhutan to change its political and economic system. Bhutan is also a constitutional monarchy. We have not imposed democracy on them. We have not forced them to give us their resources. We have treated them with respect as equal partners, and that is very visible in the relationship. We have tapped the hydropower potential very successfully, invested in multiple hydropower projects like the Mangdechu hydro plant and many others. And today, Bhutan is generating surplus electricity. So, this has become another source of revenue for Bhutan. And India purchases the surplus electricity, and we export this to power deficient countries like Nepal and Bangladesh. So India has created this power sharing arrangement by working with Bhutan, Nepal, and Bangladesh, where we take the surplus from Bhutan, transfer this through our power grids to Bangladesh and Nepal. Is that clear? India happens to be Bhutan's largest trading partner. We provide all the essential supplies. And India has been giving budgetary support as well. We have been financing their budget right from the beginning. Prime Minister Nehru started Project Dantak in 1960s, through which India started investing in the infrastructure of Bhutan to help in constructing essential infrastructure like roads, bridges, etc. Project Dantak continues even today. So India has been very respectful of Bhutan's interests, and Bhutan has reciprocated as well. In fact, the most important feature of the 1949 treaty is that under the 1949 treaty, India agreed to defend Bhutan in return for handling its foreign policy. Bhutan had outsourced its foreign policy to India until 2007, until the treaty was revised. So, for nearly 60 years, India was guiding and conducting Bhutan's foreign policy, thus protecting India's strategic interests, keeping China and other powers away. And in return, we promised to defend and protect Bhutan from external threats. From 2007, the treaty was revised, and today Bhutan conducts its own independent foreign policy. But even today, it closely consults India, keeps India informed. And that brings us to China Bhutan border dispute. China has a major border dispute with Bhutan as well. There are three locations where the border is disputed: at Doklam, Jakarlung, and Pasamlung. Now, China's real interest is not at Jakarlung or Pasamlung, which is in the northern sector of the border. China's interest is at Doklam, which is at the tri-junction where India meets Bhutan and China, where Sikkim meets Bhutan and Tibet, the Chumbi Valley of Tibet. You can see that in the map. This is where the Doklam Bowl or the Doklam Plateau is located, very close to the strategic Nathula Pass. In 2017, China made a aggressive attempt to construct an illegal road in Bhutanese territory. Doklam belongs to Bhutan. So when this illegal road construction was detected, the Indian army, which is deployed in Bhutan to defend the country, since we are still responsible for the defense of Bhutan, right? Indian troops jointly patrol with the Bhutanese troops. We even train them and supply weapons to them. So the Indian army objected to the road construction by the PLA, leading to a military standoff, and it escalated into a big issue. And it even led to clashes between our troops, very similar to the Ladakh crisis and the Galwan clashes. So right now, the Doklam issue has been resolved for now, following informal summits between Prime Minister Modi and Xi Jinping. They met at Wuhan through the Wuhan informal summit. They de-escalated and the crisis was temporarily resolved. But what we have noticed is that China has been stepping up its presence. It has completed this road despite the resolution that we had achieved and strengthened its military presence. And it has been building these so-called model villages even near the Bhutanese border. The reason why China is obsessed with Doklam is because it gives strategic access to the Siliguri corridor of India, the chicken's neck, which is a choke point, a vulnerable point, hardly 22 kilometers wide, that is surrounded by Nepal and Bangladesh, which is the only link to the northeast region and the rest of the country. India has always feared a possible Chinese blockade at Siliguri since 1962 war. So India will never give up defending Doklam because of this reason. That's why we took the risk of an escalation, though it's Bhutanese territory. And today some big developments are taking place. China, Bhutan have accelerated their boundary talks. Since 1980s, China, Bhutan have engaged in more than 24 rounds of boundary talks. They had come to a halt because of the Doklam crisis in 2017. But recently, they have resumed the boundary talks and they have adopted a three-step roadmap to permanently resolve the boundary dispute. And this is what worries India. Our concern is, will Bhutan fall under Chinese pressure and accept the Chinese deal? India suspects that China is proposing a trade off, like how they proposed the exchange of Aksai Chin for Arunachal Pradesh. Something similar is being proposed by China. They want Doklam, and they might suggest to Bhutan, keep Jakarlung and Pasamlung. They might suggest, keep Jakarlung and Pasamlung, will not bother you. You please give Doklam, which is more vital for them to counter India and to threaten Siliguri corridor. And also, please understand, Bhutan has been so sensitive that it doesn't have official diplomatic ties with the P5. It has very limited diplomatic relations with India, Bangladesh, Nepal, Thailand, very few countries. It deliberately has not set up relations with China, US, and all the big powers. They've been kept away. Initially, you can say India was guiding its foreign policy, so maybe we didn't allow Bhutan to set up relations. But since 2007, Bhutan conducts its own foreign policy. Even then, Bhutan has chosen not to have official relations with China or US or Russia or UK or France and other big powers. This allows India to dominate the region. Now, our fear is that if the boundary talks progress and if Bhutan falls under China's pressure and agrees for this proposal, this exchange of the disputed territory, what if China even sets up diplomatic relations and starts building its presence and influence? That is a concern because a final resolution is expected anytime soon. In the last 1 year, especially, there has been some fast movement over the China Bhutan boundary talks. It is expected that this year or maybe next year, there might be a final resolution. And maybe China is pushing for official diplomatic relations as well. And that is what India is monitoring. This is the biggest concern for India. So, if you understood this topic, right, the last one, Gelugfu Mindfulness City, this topic will become very easy for you. So, this is a very ambitious project that Bhutan is pushing on the India Bhutan border. Along the borders with Assam, Bhutan is investing $15 billion to create a smart city with a new airport and modern infrastructure to build non polluting industries such as service based industries, IT, tech companies, startups, right? Knowledge based companies, research and development based institutions. These service based institutions and companies are being encouraged to set shop at Gelugfu Mindfulness City project that's coming up along India's borders with Assam. And India is involved directly in this project. India is one of the big investors in this project. India is building the Gelugfu International Airport, a strategic project for India. We have also announced a railway line, the first ever cross border railway line connecting Kokrajhar in Assam with Gelugfu. This project can bring enormous benefits to Northeast India. It can create employment opportunities for Northeastern states. It can help counter the lack of development and insurgency in Northeast India by pulling the youth away from these insurgent groups and creating opportunities for them in Gelugfu in Bhutan. But however, one concern is that China also is seeking to invest in Gelugfu. And these investments, which can open the gates for Chinese companies, it will be a concern for India because India believes China might misuse these economic projects for carrying out espionage against India. China is known to do that by using its private companies and its economic presence. It tries to create a security and strategic presence. It might use the projects present here for intelligence operations against India, to spy against India, and even to infiltrate hostile elements to create security challenges in the Northeast. Because China is known to sponsor and fund some of the Northeast insurgent groups. So these are the challenges that are coming up. But Bhutan remains a close partner and a trusted friend. So please take up this practice question and I'll give you the answer writing approach as well. India Bhutan ties are often considered a model bilateral relationship in South Asia In the context of China's growing presence in Bhutan and the Gelugfu Mindfulness City project, critically examine the strategic challenges and opportunities for India. So, what you can do, you can start by explaining the significance of India Bhutan relations, the trust which is there, the brief history, couple of lines about this, and mention the rising presence and role and influence of China, which could be a threat for India. Then, in the body, give some details about the model relationship, our assistance to Bhutan and the joint projects and the cooperation between the two countries, and then discuss the strategic challenges, including Doklam, the threat posed by China to India's Siliguri corridor, the possibility of the resolution of the boundary dispute, which might go against Indian interests. Right? If Bhutan agrees for exchanging Doklam with the other disputed territories, and if Bhutan agrees for establishing diplomatic relations with China, this is what we are worried about. Then talk about Gelugfu City project, how it creates opportunities for India, discuss the Indian investments, and also mention the possible China's role, the possible Chinese investments, which could become a threat for us as well. So that completes the body. And in the conclusion, right, you can say that we must recalibrate our policy with Bhutan, keeping in mind the long term strategic interests. See, we can't force Bhutan to not have relations with China. We can't force Bhutan to not agree for settling the boundary dispute. We can't do that. That would be interference from India. So, if at all that happens, we should be prepared. So, what can India do? How can we retain our influence? Right? So, suggest some way forward. Suggest that we should focus on our economic, cultural ties. That is what keeps and retains our influence. Even if China has relations with Bhutan, right? India will still remain the most dominant power. So, how can we secure our strategic and security interests? So, shed some light on that in the conclusion, and that will complete your answer. Now, the Himalayan states are also completed. Now, let's move towards the eastern neighbors of India. I'll start with Bangladesh, a quick discussion on India Bangladesh, a very, very important topic, and then we'll also look at Myanmar. Bangladesh is one of the most important neighbors for India because we share the longest land border with this country that stretches to 4,096 kilometers. We share a maritime border as well in the Bay of Bengal. Correct? We have a lot of common interests, common concerns. Sometimes Bangladesh has been problematic, sometimes Bangladesh has been very friendly. Because don't forget, Bangladesh at one point was East Pakistan. So when it was East Pakistan, Pakistan misused this territory to support Northeast insurgency, which I mentioned earlier. Back in 1960s, Pakistan was backing Mizo insurgency, Naga insurgency through East Pakistan. But in 1971, India played a critical role in liberating the country. When Pakistan committed a genocide against the Bengalis, India played a direct role. We fought a covert and overt war, enabling the Bangladeshi liberation movement. Right? We trained and armed the Mukti Bahini rebels through a covert war and eventually fought a overt war involving all the three armed forces. And we delivered a crushing defeat to Pakistan and split the country into two. So, after the creation of Bangladesh, India initially built very close relations under a friendly leader, Sheikh Mujibur Rahman, and his political party, the Awami League. But within few years, Mujibur Rahman was assassinated in 1975. The Awami League government was toppled, and Bangladeshi army took over the power. And few radical factions who were pro-Pakistan, they established a military rule, a military dictatorship for several years. So from 1970s to 80s, our relations were compromised. Bangladesh became more pro-Pakistan and anti-India. Then we saw the rise of political parties like BNP, Bangladesh Nationalist Party, which was also aligned with radical forces, Islamist, jihadist forces, and pro Pakistan elements, and adopted an anti India policy in the 1990s. So, throughout this period, until early 2000s, we were facing a hostile Bangladesh. as the country was under military rule and parties like BNP had formed the government for few years. These were pro-Pakistan elements. So they gave a space for Northeast insurgents again, from Bodo insurgents to Assamese insurgents to the Naga insurgents. Multiple insurgent groups were sheltered in Bangladesh, directly funded by the Bangladeshi establishment and Pakistan. Several jihadist organizations like Harkatul Mujahideen and Huji, all these terror groups were sheltered, and organized crime became a rampant threat from drug trafficking to arms trafficking. Then illegal migration that took place on a massive scale from 1970s onwards would create destabilization in the northeast and became a contributing factor for some of the insurgencies in the northeast. So we faced multiple security challenges and threats when Bangladesh was hostile to India. We had got a big break in 2009, and this lasted until 2024 when Sheikh Hasina managed to win elections after elections and brought the Awami League to power three consecutive times. If you account for the last election that took place last year, she had won four elections. Sheikh Hasina is none other than the daughter of Sheikh Mujibur Rahman. So Sheikh Hasina has always been a pro-India leader, grateful for India's contribution to the liberation of her country. Although also this highlights the fundamental split, the fundamental divide in Bangladeshi society. If you notice, there is a clear split in Bangladesh. On one side, you have the nationalist forces who fought for the liberation of their country from the clutches of Pakistan. So they're all pro-India. So parties like Awami League, the followers of Sheikh Mujibur Rahman and Sheikh Hasina, they are the pro-India elements, the nationalist forces who fought for the liberation of their country against the atrocities of Pakistan. There are others who represent the more radical pro-Pakistan faction, who are still aligned with Pakistan, aligned with radical extremist groups, including the Jamaat-e-Islami, which is a radical student organization with ties to terrorist organizations as well, with close ties to Pakistani establishment. So you have a clear divide between the fundamentalists and the nationalists. The fundamentalists are pro-Pakistan and anti-India. When they come to power, it's bad news for India. Right? We will see several challenges along the border and security threats. The nationalists are pro-India, like Sheikh Hasina. Under Sheikh Hasina, we had built a fantastic relationship. We had made big investments, focused on several connectivity projects, linking our roads and railway lines and ports, creating alternate access to the northeast to bypass Siliguri corridor. And Sheikh Hasina single-handedly destroyed the terror safe havens in the country. All the terror camps that existed for Northeast insurgents and other Pakistan-sponsored terror groups, they were decimated. Northeast India became more stable. She also focused on development of Bangladesh's economy. This helped in tackling illegal migration. She improved border security, and organized crime was also tackled. So Sheikh Hasina was always a pro-India leader and a good friend of India. But last year, something unprecedented happened. Over the years, Sheikh Hasina has become more unpopular because of her authoritarian tendency, as she was crushing the fundamentalists and the radical pro-Pakistan forces. She managed to create a negative impression for herself. She was seen as an authoritarian leader who was jailing opposition leaders. She had even banned the BNP from contesting elections. BNP leaders were thrown in jail. And there were allegations that Sheikh Hasina's government was rigging and manipulating the elections as well. This had made her very unpopular. And following last year's rebellion led by the students against the reservation policy in Bangladesh, Sheikh Hasina was toppled. Sheikh Hasina's regime was toppled last year. And this was a massive setback for India. So following the removal of Sheikh Hasina, she fled to India. She has been given asylum in India right now. But the interim government which has been formed by BNP and the student led organizations and Jammat and other radical forces, this interim government has contributed to more instability and hostility, which is now headed by a very controversial leader, Nobel Peace Laureate Muhammad Yunus. Not Peace Laureate, sorry. He won the Nobel for Economics for his role in pioneering microfinance in Bangladesh. So, under the leadership of Muhammad Yunus, the Bangladeshi interim government has turned more hostile to India as it has sought close relations with China, Pakistan, and even Turkey. Bangladesh has bought weapons, including the Bayraktar drones from Turkey. These Turkish drones are being deployed near Siliguri to carry out monitoring and surveillance of India's military positions. Bangladesh has resumed maritime trade with Pakistan and it has been seeking to build closer security defense relations with Pakistan. And it has gotten closer to China. Mohammad Yunus visited Beijing and made a very controversial statement. He said Bangladesh is the guardian of the ocean. He said that Northeast India is landlocked. And he meant that Northeast India is dependent on Bangladesh to access Bay of Bengal. He was referring to the strategic location of Bangladeshi ports like Mongla and Chittagong. And he even went one step ahead and invited China to play a role in India's northeast, which was interpreted by India as a threat. So, following the removal of Sheikh Hasina, the rise of hostile government and fundamentalist anti India forces is creating a strategic and security nightmare for India. We are again staring at a possible risk of escalation of Northeast insurgency, increase of terrorism from Bangladesh, and a direct threat to the Siliguri corridor. China has been lapping on to the opportunity because Bangladesh is also part of the Belt and Road Initiative and pumping investments into the country. China has invested heavily both in Chittagong and Mongla ports. Pakistan has been building close security intelligence relations. The ISI and the army reportedly are looking to turn Bangladesh into a base against India for terror operations. India's strategic planners are even anticipating a three front threat, a simultaneous threat from Pakistan, China, and Bangladesh. The collusion with Turkey for arms and military procurement is something that worries India. But what really concerns India is one of the recent decisions of Mohammad Yunus regime to invite China to redevelop a old airbase, the Lal Monirhat Air Base, that is just 15 to 20 kilometers from the Indian border. Potentially, this could become a Chinese military facility. China can deploy planes, drones, and even maybe fighter jets to threaten the chicken's neck of India, which is hardly 130 kilometers from Lal Monirhat Air Base. Now, these developments are alarming for India. If China were to get involved in the development of Lal Monirhat Air Base, then China can potentially use this as a base for surveillance, for choking the Siliguri corridor, and for threatening India's military presence and monitoring the troop deployment across the eastern sector. So, India is preparing for all these possibilities. India has already retaliated for the statement of Mohammad Yunus when he called Bangladesh as the guardian of the ocean and highlighted the weakness of India's northeast as being landlocked. And when he invited China to play a role in the northeast, India retaliated immediately and we have suspended the cross border trade through all the integrated checkposts and the land border points. We also ended the transshipment facility which we had extended to Bangladesh. Under the transshipment facility, we had allowed Bangladesh to use Indian seaports and airports to trade with other countries. This was very beneficial for Bangladeshi garment exports, especially, and even for Bangladeshi agricultural exports. Bangladeshi traders were using the land ports to bring the goods to India, and they would move the goods to Indian airports and seaports to trade with other countries. So Bangladeshi exports were benefiting. So we have suspended the transshipment facility and we have suspended the cross-border trade through the land ports to deliver an economic punishment. And we are trying to secure the Siliguri corridor and create alternate access to the northeast via Myanmar to reduce our dependency on Bangladesh. So India is proactively countering these measures. And we have announced a development of an old airport in Tripura, the Kaila Seher Airport. It is being redeveloped by India as a strategic airbase to counter Bangladesh's renewal of Lal Monirhat Air Base. So, with a combination of economic, diplomatic, and military countermeasures, we are trying to tackle the threat coming from Bangladesh. Plus, we are worried about how the interim government of Mohammad Yunus has been treating religious minorities, especially minority Hindus have been targeted by the fundamentalist radical forces, and Bangladesh has not been acting against them. These are the concerns that we have. So, the topic is very, very important. We have already got a lot of questions on Bangladesh, but because of the recent big developments, there can be another question on Bangladesh. So, take up this practice question and you can look at the model answer, the approach that I have given over here. Recent political instability in Bangladesh has created new strategic anxieties for India. Critically examine the evolving nature of the relations in light of the growing influence of external powers and anti India sentiments. So, start your answer by outlining the close bond and relations we have shared with the Awami League government, the role we played in liberation of Bangladesh, and then mention the sudden shift that has happened in the last 1 year. After Sheikh Hasina's removal, explain the rise of a hostile government and the tensions which have come up. So you can break it down one by one in the body. You can talk about the recent political turmoil and the instability, how Awami League was toppled and opposition radical forces have taken control and the interim government is posing a threat to India. Give the specific details. Talk about the China, Pakistan, Turkey axis. Give those examples which I mentioned. And finally, mention the implications, the threats for India, the economic, strategic, security threats, and provide a counter strategy. Discuss the countermeasures, and you can conclude your answer. Now, moving on to another eastern neighbor, let's look at India's relations with Myanmar. Now, if you have any doubts, any questions, I think this is the right time. Please let me know whatever questions you have, whatever doubts. I can give you 5 minutes just to take all your questions and doubts. Please let me know. Is it for 2025 mains? Ashwini is asking. Yes, it is for 2025 mains. It is also for 2026 prelims and 2026 mains. So it's both for 2025 and 2026 aspirants. Shreya Rao is asking, could you please provide the link to the discussions group? I'm unable to find it. See, in the description of this video, you will find the link to my Telegram channel. Join my Telegram channel. There, inside the channel, there is a chat group, a discussion group. So just navigate to it, click on it, and join the discussion group where you can share PDFs. You can share your answers so other students can look at it. We can peer review the answers. So within the Telegram channel, just navigate through it, right? You will find the discussion group attached to it. Next, Mohapatra is asking, what about CPEC and Afghanistan tie-up? Yes, Mohapatra, that's a very good point. Recently, China has convinced the Taliban regime in Afghanistan to join the China-Pakistan economic corridor. So that amplifies the threat for India, right? First of all, we oppose the CPEC. We have boycotted the Belt and Road Initiative. Now, Afghanistan joining it increases the challenge for us. That is why it is important to reach out to Taliban and maintain our own relations with Taliban. That's what we discussed before the break. The reason why we are reaching out to Taliban and trying to build a workable relationship is to counter Pakistan and even counter China. Is that clear? Okay, so these were some of the questions. Now let's look at the next country, Myanmar. So here also there are three specific issues that we should concentrate on: the ongoing civil war and the continued instability. The military junta the military regime, which has been losing ground to the rebel forces. And how does it affect India? What are the security and strategic concerns for India? See, Myanmar is a critical neighbor. It's a Southeast Asian country. It is like a bridge, a land bridge connecting India with Southeast Asia, which is a critical region for our Look East, Act East policy. Correct? It can give us access to Southeast Asian markets in Thailand, Singapore, Malaysia, and beyond. We share a very long border of 1,600 kilometers plus. States like Arunachal Pradesh, Nagaland, Manipur, and Mizoram share this border. And it's a very challenging border. It's highly porous, just like India Bangladesh border, India Nepal border. And there are a lot of security threats that we face over here. Because, see, Myanmar is part of this region called the Golden Triangle, which is a hub for narcotics production, drug trafficking, arms trafficking, and all sorts of illicit activities, including illegal gambling and online gaming hubs, casinos, and as well as the cyber scam compounds which are operating in Laos and Cambodia. So these illicit activities are spread across Myanmar, Thailand, Laos, and now even Cambodia. These countries are seen as part of the Golden Triangle region. These criminal activities they spill over, and this enables Northeast insurgency because Northeast insurgents have found a safe haven in Myanmar. They're able to easily access drugs and weapons and funds for their terror activities against India. Also, some of the ethnic tribes in Northeast India are connected to the indigenous ethnic groups in Myanmar. For example, Nagas are present on both sides of the border. The Naga insurgency has cross border support. Then the Kukis in Manipur are connected to the Zozomi community, and this is linked to the recent ethnic violence in Manipur. The Mizos are connected to the Chin, and because of the ongoing civil war, Chin refugees have fled to India, and thousands of Chin refugees have been sheltered in Mizoram. China has been misusing Myanmar and the influence it has to sponsor Northeast insurgents and create a safe haven for them, to give them funds and weapons to target India. This is part of China's covert proxy war against India. That's why it's very important for us to have good relations with Myanmar, irrespective of who remains in power. See, from 1948 to 1962, Myanmar tried being a democracy after gaining independence from British colonial rule. India built a close relationship, but this democracy was crushed and the military took over, establishing the rule of the military junta or the military regime. Myanmar's army, the Tatmadaw, captured power, and from 1962 till 2015, it remained in power and maintained authoritarian control and crushed human rights and pro democracy movements. In 1980s, Myanmar's military crushed the pro democracy movement that was led by Aung San Suu Kyi, the Nobel Peace Laureate, who heads a political party known as the NLD, National League for Democracy. Aung San Suu Kyi was placed under house arrest. Democracy was never allowed to take root, and the military dominated the country. So, this led to Western sanctions on Myanmar. It's not that Western powers were interested in democracy and human rights. They are hypocritical. They just exploit these issues. Since Myanmar has been close to China and Russia, the West has been trying to counter that influence. In the name of democracy and human rights, they play geopolitics, right? So these sanctions from the West made it difficult for India to engage with Myanmar. But though democracy had been crushed and human rights were being violated, India maintained a very realistic policy. We did not become idealistic here. We did not criticize the military and the Tatmadaw and the violations they were carrying out because it was none of our business. There was no point in meddling and interfering. We could not have changed the internal dynamics because we had a core interest to keep China out. to ensure Northeast India is stabilized and insurgency is tackled and the border is made safer and secure. So, keeping that interest in mind, India followed a realistic policy since the beginning, and we have engaged with the military. We have very close ties with the Tatmadaw. We even conduct military exercises with them. We have supplied weapons to them. We even conduct joint exercises and operations. We have invested heavily in the country, and we even ignored and bypassed the Western economic sanctions. Because India does not follow unilateral economic sanctions. We have an independent foreign policy, right? Our foreign policy is rooted in the principle of strategic autonomy. But in 2015, because of Western pressure, Myanmar transitioned into a democracy and it had an experiment with democracy. The military stepped aside completely. In 2010 itself, they had made a partial transition where the military had partially ceded control and held some sort of elections. But in 2015, the military completely stepped aside, introduced a new constitution, and elections were conducted. And NLD, as expected, won the election and formed the government for 5 years. For 5 years, Myanmar remained at least a namesake democracy, though the military was still controlling from behind, like Pakistan. But still, at least there was a elected government in place, which was a positive development. And Western countries had lifted the sanctions, and they were also engaging with the new government in Myanmar. Things were looking good for India. Now, India could easily engage with Myanmar and focus on its investments. But in 2020, the military, which panicked when the next elections were held, NLD was again winning clearly. So this led the military leaders to panic about losing their authority and control. So they nullified the election results. They crushed the democracy in the elections again and declared an emergency and brought back the military rule. So over the last 4 years, Myanmar is facing extreme instability because all the opposition forces have united and declared war against the military junta. The opposition political parties and pro-democracy groups, they have formed a parallel government, the National Unity Government, and aligned with armed groups to form the People Defense Forces, which are fighting the military in a direct confrontation. There are various ethnic armed insurgent groups, the ethnic armed organizations like the Chins, the Kachins, the Arakan army, all these indigenous ethnic groups which have been fighting against Myanmar's military from many, many decades. They've all united and they have declared a war against the government, and today they are succeeding. These rebel forces have managed to liberate some of the territories. For example, in 2023, three major insurgent groups, the ethnic armed organizations, they formed an alliance known as the Three Brotherhood Alliance. The Arakan army, which operates on the borders of India, along the Rakhine state, the Chin and Sagaing region, along with the other rebel groups, they managed to form an alliance and they have delivered significant setback for the military. They have captured key locations, including border checkposts, military bases, important cities, ports, and airports. And today, a large part of the country, as you can see in the map here, has fallen under rebel control. The military controls very limited territory, and there is a real risk of Myanmar splitting and breaking apart, where military remains in control in some territory, and the rebel groups and insurgent groups and opposition forces might start controlling the other territories. So, this is what concerns India because China remains a very influential power. China has developed the China Myanmar Economic Corridor under the Belt and Road Initiative. It has developed the Kyokfu port in the Bay of Bengal, and it gives direct access to China to access the Indian Ocean without depending on Malacca Strait. China has control with the military as well and with some of the insurgent groups and rebel groups. Many experts believe China might be involved in sponsoring these rebel insurgents because China wants to completely dominate the country, keep it under its control to counter the Western influence and Western activities. So these developments benefit China and they go against Indian interests because we have critical projects in the country. We had invested heavily, and the security implications are also very real because whatever happens here, it will spill over into India. The civil war has already led to a refugee crisis with Manipur and Mizoram being badly affected. The latest ethnic violence in Manipur between the Meiteis and the Kukis has been linked to the unrest in Myanmar as the Zomi refugees have been sheltered by the Kuki community. And this is at the very root of the problem with regard to the ethnic clashes that we have seen in Manipur. So we have seen large scale destabilization of India's internal security in Manipur, and there are thousands of Chin refugees in Mizoram. And apart from that, we are seeing the rise of influence of China and even Pakistan to wage their covert proxy war against India. They can misuse this situation to support terror groups against India. China might seek to re-sponsor some of the Northeast insurgents to reactivate them. Pakistan is seeking to exploit the Rohingya refugees and tap the extremist Rohingyas who might be present to use them for terror operations against India. So, this is the dilemma that we are facing right now, and our critical projects like the Kaladan project, the IMT Trilateral Highway, India, Myanmar, Thailand Highway, these were our flagship projects under Look East Act East policy. Now they are under risk. The Kaladan project is a multimodal transport project using multiple modes of transportation. It would give us access to Northeast India through the Bay of Bengal and via Myanmar. India built the strategic Sitwe port in Rakhine state right next to the Kyokfu port built by China and established a sea link with Kolkata. This link has been operational. And on Kaladan River, we have built an inland navigation route till Paletwa, where goods can be transported through boats and ships. And finally, a road connecting Myanmar with Mizoram all the way till Aswal through the border town of Zorunpui. So this gives alternate access to Northeast India and reduces our dependency on Bangladesh to access the Northeast. Even without Bangladesh, we will still have alternate access, especially after Bangladesh became hostile and connectivity through Bangladesh has become risky. We have announced a new initiative. Just few weeks ago, the Union Cabinet has approved a new project, the Shillong Silchar Highway Link. A high-speed expressway has been approved from Shillong in Meghalaya to Silchar in Assam, which will be connected with Aswal to form the larger link with Kaladan project. Anyways, the Kaladan project is reaching till Aswal in Mizoram. Now, with this new expressway from Silchar in Assam that connects with Aswal in Mizoram to Shillong in Meghalaya, we will have a complete route that allows us to bypass Siliguri and Bangladesh. So, even without depending on Siliguri corridor and Bangladesh, we can still have access to the Northeast region. That is the importance of these projects. The IMT highway, which connects the border town of More in Manipur with Mandalay, Yangon in Myanmar, and Mesot in Thailand, it was nearing completion after many years of effort. There is a proposal as well to extend this highway through Laos, Cambodia, and all the way till Vietnam and build a parallel high speed railway line. This was India's ambition to extend the IMT highway to the other countries in the Mekong Delta, right? From Thailand, connect this with Laos, Cambodia till Vietnam and build a parallel railway line, which would directly give us access to South China Sea, which is China's backyard. If China meddles in our backyard, that is Indian Ocean and South Asia, these projects would allow us to work with close partners like Vietnam to meddle in China's backyard and extend our influence. But now all these projects are uncertain because of the ongoing crisis and instability. That is why the topic is extremely important. So take up this mains practice question. In the context of ongoing civil war in Myanmar and weakening of the military junta, examine the strategic and security challenges it poses for India. How should India recalibrate its approach towards Myanmar? So that is the question for you. Now let's see how many of you can write an answer to this. I'm going to give you the answer writing approach, the introduction, body, conclusion. The key pointers are there to guide you. So it's like a skeletal framework which is ready made. Now you just have to add the points, elaborate them, and build your complete answer. So I hope this is helpful. So please look into it later. Now, finally, we move towards the Indian Ocean region, the strategic backyard of India. Historically, India has been directly dependent on the Indian Ocean, even today as well. In fact, this is one of the only oceans in the world named after a country, named after a civilization. Because since ancient times, Indian civilization has always exerted its influence all across the Indian Ocean, from Persian Gulf and Arabian Peninsula to East Africa, to the small island countries in Indian Ocean, to Southeast and East Asia. All these littorals of Indian Ocean, right? They have been connected with India historically through the ancient trading routes. By using the monsoon trade winds, Indian traders, merchants, financiers, money lenders, they have expanded their influence since ancient medieval times. We have deep cultural footprints all across this region. So, this is a space that India should dominate, that India has been dominating in modern contemporary times. So, India sees this region as our own backyard, which means we don't want any external power to meddle or interfere in our backyard. So we have always prioritized the relations with Indian Ocean countries, especially with our neighbors, such as Sri Lanka and Maldives, which are maritime neighbors of India. They are also part of the South Asia region. Clear? So India has a dedicated foreign policy doctrine towards Indian Ocean called the Sagar Doctrine that was launched by Prime Minister Modi in 2015. It stands for security and growth for all in the region. Recently, this doctrine has been upgraded. Just a couple of months ago, when PM Modi visited Mauritius, he announced the upgradation of the Sagar vision to Mahasagar, which now stands for mutual and holistic, mutual and holistic advancement of security and growth for all in the region. So this expands the vision of India across the Indo-Pacific. It's not just limited to the Indian Ocean. Previously, Sagar doctrine was largely restricted to Indian Ocean countries. Now, under Mahasagar, we are looking across the Indo-Pacific, from Arabian Peninsula and East Africa all the way till East Asia and South Pacific. We are looking to build our maritime relations, our ocean-based economy with all these littorals. And India wants to emerge as the net security provider for this region. Meaning, we want to be seen as the first responder. If any country in the Indian Ocean and the Indo-Pacific face a crisis, it could be a security crisis, a terror attack, or threat from organized crime or piracy in the Indian Ocean, or it could be political instability or a natural disaster, or it could be an economic crisis. India wants to be the first responder to help these small countries. We have been doing this from a long time. In 1988, when Maldives was attacked by a Tamil militant group, it was India which launched Operation Cactus to protect the friendly Maldivian government. During the 2004 tsunami, when Sri Lanka, Maldives were devastated, India gave assistance to them, though India itself was badly hit by the Indian Ocean tsunami. So there is a history of India helping all these countries. Even during COVID-19, India launched Mission Sagar to provide medical supplies to all the Indian Ocean countries. Later, we even supplied free vaccines under the Vaccine Maitri initiative. We helped Sri Lanka during its latest economic crisis. We have helped Maldives repeatedly. So, this is how India envisions its role as a net security provider, as a first responder in the Indian Ocean. Now, let's see what are the challenges and priorities in Sri Lanka, and then we will study about Maldives. In Sri Lanka, there are four major concerns and issues: the post war reconciliation and Tamil rights, the fishermen issue, some recent developments where we have announced some new projects and initiatives, and the ever present role and influence of China and how it creates a challenge for India. So let's quickly understand this. See, Sri Lanka has faced a ruthless ethnic problem, a social problem, right from its independence from 1948 till 2009, which pushed the country even into a civil war. Sri Lanka is a Sinhala Buddhist majority nation where the Tamils are in minority. And historically, the Sinhala Buddhist majority have discriminated against Tamil minorities post independence. This was again a colonial legacy because during British rule, the British establishment in Ceylon deliberately favored Tamils, especially the Indian Tamils who had been recently transported as laborers under the indentured labor system to work in the Sri Lankan plantations. So when Indian Tamils became more powerful and influential, it was resisted with a Sinhala Buddhist majority. Though they had good relations with Sri Lankan Tamils who had migrated centuries ago and blended with Sri Lankan society, the resentment between the Indian Tamil minority and the Sinhala Buddhist majority escalated into targeted violence. Post independence, Sri Lankan government formed a citizenship law and declared Indian Tamils as stateless and took away their citizenship. It pushed them on India, stating that Indian Tamils are Indian citizens and India's responsibility. This began a series of attacks and violence which pushed the country eventually into a civil war. As Tamils who were now resenting the Sinhala Buddhist uh, oppression and targeted discrimination and violence, they were getting affected by the anti Tamil riots. This eventually paved the way for Tamil militancy from 1970s, 1980s. And India got directly involved in the civil war, according to allegations. The Indira Gandhi government, which was furious with Sri Lanka because in 1970s, Sri Lanka had aligned with Pakistan and the US during the 1971 war and the Cold War rivalry. So Sri Lanka was seen as a strategic threat. So to teach Sri Lanka a lesson and to gain leverage over the Sri Lankan government, it was also oppressing and targeting our Tamil minorities. India apparently waged a covert war, a proxy war, to back the Tamil militancy, including supporting groups such as the LTTE. Now, this is a controversial aspect of our relations, which of course you will not directly mention in your answers because India never acknowledges this role, right? But you can always write about it by saying that it has been alleged, by presenting it as a third party argument, not as your view or not as your opinion. So, India's involvement with LTTE and the Civil War became very messy in the 1980s. The strategy backfired. We lost control over this extremist group. And India tried to make peace in 1987 by negotiating the Indo Sri Lanka Peace Accord. We called for a ceasefire, forcing LTT to surrender and Sri Lanka to retreat from the war. And in return, we convinced Sri Lanka to implement the 13th Amendment to its constitution to give equal rights to Tamils and the Tamil dominated areas in northern and eastern provinces of Sri Lanka. But LTT refused to surrender, and India had deployed peacekeeping forces under IPKF to enforce the ceasefire. But LTT started targeting the Indian soldiers, and India suffered severe losses in this operation. It became a disastrous involvement for India. Eventually, India's former Prime Minister Rajiv Gandhi was assassinated as well by the LTTE. So all these developments were a setback for India. India was essentially pushed back. And the 13th Amendment, which was implemented, was also a partial implementation. It did provide equal recognition for the Tamil language, which until then had been discriminated. It was placed on the same footing as the Sinhalese language. But the core provision of 13th Amendment was to provide for devolution of powers to the northern and eastern provinces. So Tamil dominated areas will have their own autonomy and they could handle their own administration and development. But Sri Lanka has only given a partial implementation. It has not devolved all the powers and key subjects. Key subjects like land, police, law and order, right? They have been retained with the central government, and the autonomous provincial councils, they have been given very limited powers. They don't even have financial autonomy. They are still dependent on the federal government, the central government, and regular elections are also not held. No regular elections have taken place to these provincial councils, which defeats the purpose of the 13th Amendment. That's why even today, India calls upon Sri Lanka to fully implement 13th Amendment to protect Tamil rights. So this is one remaining issue, a legacy issue of the civil war. See, eventually LTT was crushed by the Mahinda Rajapaksa government when they launched the last phase of the civil war from 2006 to 2009. Mahinda Rajapaksa crushed the LTTE with China's support. India wanted to support Sri Lanka to counter China, but we couldn't do it, mainly because of pressure from Tamil Nadu. Since there was a lot of political pressure, the then coalition government of Manmohan Singh could not openly support Sri Lanka's war against LTTE. China occupied the space and got closer to Mahinda Rajapaksa. The Rajapaksa government was seen as pro China and anti India. When Sri Lanka was accused of human rights violations during the last phase of the civil war, India wanted to protect Sri Lanka by voting against this resolution. But at the last minute, we couldn't. We changed our vote again because of the political pressure from Tamil Nadu. The political parties, especially the DMK, which was a coalition partner, threatened the Manmohan Singh government to pull out from the central government and forced India to change the vote at the last minute. So we voted against Sri Lanka. So Rajapaksa government was furious and they got even closer to China. And China started pumping funds and investments into the country. It had already given some weapons and diplomatic support in the last phase of the war. So gradually, China's presence rose. We saw that China took up strategic and critical projects from Hambantota port to Colombo port. Chinese naval vessels and submarines, nuclear submarines, started docking at Colombo, posing a security and strategic threat for India. Then the same Rajpaksa family and the government run by the Rajpaksa brothers was held responsible for the financial and economic mismanagement of the country from 2019 to 2022. The country faced a serious economic crisis because of the economic mismanagement, and it ran out of forex reserves because of the heavy debt burden that it had fallen under. The Rajpaksa government, especially, had borrowed heavily from China and others as well, including international markets, Japan, India, and other lenders. Sri Lanka could not repay the loans, and poor economic policies had crushed the Sri Lankan economy. The pandemic, especially, affected the tourist inflow. The Easter Sunday terror attack also affected the tourist inflow. Then the policies of Rajpaksa brothers, they abolished certain taxes to please the voters and win elections. So this affected government revenue. They banned import of fertilizers because they didn't have foreign exchange reserves. And they forced the farmers to switch to organic farming overnight. And this crashed agricultural productivity in Sri Lanka's plantation crops. This is a critical export of Sri Lanka, export of tea, spices, and rubber. This took a big hit, affecting the forex flow and revenue generation for the government. So, all these factors combined, along with the impact of Russia Ukraine war, which disrupted the supply chains and led to rise in global commodity prices, it led to a devastating blow to the Sri Lankan economy and it faced a liquidity crisis, a balance of payments crisis. So it was India which helped Sri Lanka again We pumped almost $4 billion worth of assistance. India provided a currency swap arrangement. We gave some fresh loans. We extended and deferred some loan payments. We even negotiated with Paris Club of Creditors with Japan and restructured the debt so that IMF can provide a bailout to the interim government which was formed. So India has been right there with Sri Lanka during the economic crisis. So now we have been insisting that 13th amendment should be fully implemented to provide for the rights of the Tamils, which has been snatched from them from decades. So the post-war reconciliation is what India is focused on to rehabilitate the Tamils, provide development in northern and eastern provinces, and even push for accountability. There are very serious allegations of war crimes and human rights violations that were committed between 2006 and 2009. So India is pushing for accountability in this regard and reconciliation with regard to Tamil rights. And for that, 13th Amendment has to be fully implemented. So this is one issue which is persistent. And other issue is the fishermen issue. Because regularly fishermen from Tamil Nadu, they cross the international maritime boundary line and they poach in Sri Lankan waters, in Sri Lanka's exclusive economic zone. This is mainly because on the Indian side, fishermen have carried out overfishing by practicing exploitative methods of fishing like bottom trawling, and they have exhausted the fishery resources on the Indian side. This forces the small and poor fishermen from the Indian waters to cross into Sri Lankan waters, and Sri Lanka retaliates against the Indian fishermen. Either it will detain or arrest the Indian fishermen. Sometimes it has opened fire, injuring or killing the Indian fishermen. It even leads to clashes between Indian and Sri Lankan fishermen. So each time it becomes a big issue in Tamil Nadu. And this is a priority issue which has to be settled and worked out. Right? We can't have Indian fishermen crossing into Sri Lankan waters and poaching from Sri Lanka's exclusive economic zone. That is against the principles of UN Convention on Law of the Sea. Sri Lanka has every right to act against them. So India Sri Lanka had set up a joint working group to provide recommendations to address the issue. But these recommendations have not been implemented due to the lack of political will. Even recently, just 3-4 days ago, few Tamil Nadu fishermen have been shot. Some have been arrested by Sri Lankan authorities. So this remains a persistent issue and an urgent solution has to be found for this. Next is the presence of China and some recent developments that all of you should be aware of. As I mentioned, since early 2000, China has built its presence and influence through strategic projects such as Colombo Port Project, the Hambantota Project, and many others. This has even pushed Sri Lanka into a debt trap. The Hambantota Project in particular, Sri Lanka could not repay the loan, and eventually a Chinese company has gotten a 99-year lease, a long-term lease. And China has been docking its naval ships and submarines and even spy vessels, such as the Yongwang 5, which can be used for surveillance to spy on India's rocket launches and missile launches. So this remains a strategic threat for India. And the economic crisis is what created a good opportunity for us. Because with $4 billion worth of assistance, we have not only acted as a first responder, but we have built soft power and influence. And we are using it to counter the Chinese influence. So in the last couple of years, there have been some big developments, very positive developments for India. Ranil Wickremesinghe, who headed the interim government, which was rebuilding the Sri Lankan economy following the crisis, not only took a lot of support from India, but returned the favor as well by adopting some pro-India policies. For example, important connectivity projects have been launched. Prime Minister Modi and then President Ranil Wickremesinghe inaugurated a ferry link between Nagapattinam and Kanke Senturai. This ferry link had been stopped in 1979 because of the breakout of the Tamil militancy and the civil war. After so many decades, this sea-based link has been set up and inaugurated. This benefits the fishermen and the local communities and the local economy. It could boost local tourism as well. Then India's UPI has been rolled out in Sri Lanka, and we have announced several important energy projects and important connectivity projects and infrastructure projects. For example, India Sri Lanka are collaborating to rebuild the Trincomalee oil tank farms, which are strategic for energy security for both India and Sri Lanka. India's Adani Group has won the contract to develop the West Container Terminal at Colombo Port. And Adani Green has won a contract for renewable energy project in the northern province around the Delft Island. Previously, this project had been given to a Chinese company, which had caused alarm for India. So now, because of India's rising role and influence, we've been able to win some of these projects. And India is assisting Sri Lanka even in hydrocarbon exploration, in green hydrogen, green ammonia, and we are also considering a common power grid to implement power sharing, right? So, all these are some very big developments. And following the recent elections of last year, there is a new party in power under a new leader, the JVP, which is a left leaning party, which was often seen as a pro China party, has come to power under the leadership of Anura Kumara Dissanayake. Despite its history of pro China inclination and left leaning inclination, Anura Kumara Dissanayake has made it clear that he will protect India's interests, that his government will adopt a balanced approach. They will not choose between India and China. They'll not play India versus China. Rather, Anura Disanayake's government under JVP party will work with both India and China and ensure India's core security interests are not threatened by any external power. So this is a very positive development for India. Anura Dissanayake even visited India last year. Important deals were signed, and a new ferry link has been announced between Rameshwaram and Talaimannar, the second ferry link. Cultural initiatives have been fast forwarded. The Ramayana circuit and Buddhist circuit, which builds on our Hindu Buddhist linkages. And Anura Dissanayake even visited sacred Buddhist pilgrimage sites like Bodh Gaya and the Mahabodhi temple. This points towards the deep cultural links that we have. And just few weeks ago, PM Modi visited Sri Lanka in a historic visit in April 2025, and several new projects and initiatives have been announced, and you have to take a note of this. India has inaugurated the start of a project, the Sampur Power Project, where India's NTPC is setting up a power plant in eastern Sri Lanka near Trincomalee port. Then, India is helping Sri Lanka to set up warehouse facilities, rooftop solar systems to solve its energy problem and logistics problems. We are also helping Sri Lanka with its unique digital identity project. India is providing assistance in digital public infrastructure. Since India has a lot of experience with Aadhaar and linking Aadhaar with bank accounts and mobile phone numbers and transforming governance, we are assisting many countries, and Sri Lanka is one of the beneficiaries of the support we are giving in DPI, digital public infrastructure. We have announced the conversion of a loan into a grant of $100 million to ease the economic stress on Sri Lanka as it rebuilds the country. And we have also announced a financial package for Eastern Province for developmental projects which can benefit the Tamil minorities. And more importantly, we inaugurated a critical railway line, Maho Omanthai railway line. These are some big recent developments which are important for prelims and for mains. So please take up this practice question, and the model answer, the answer writing approach is also provided over here, right below. Please take a look at this and try to write a good answer and practice your answer writing skills. Now, moving on, let's focus on the next country. Let's take up the next country, the last neighboring country, India, Maldives. We are almost at the end of our marathon. We'll finish Maldives quickly, take a quick look at some of the important groupings, and that should be more than sufficient. So I hope you guys are enjoying the session, understanding everything. It's a quick, effective revision of India's entire neighborhood in just 4 to 5 hours so that you can thoroughly prepare for prelims and mains with answer writing practice. So if you're benefiting from this session, please press the like button, share your comments, and don't forget to subscribe to our channel. Now, coming to Maldives, there are three things we have to discuss: the recent tensions in our relationship, the role of China, and how India has managed to repair the damage, and how we have created a new normal in the relationship. So, before we talk about these issues, please know that Maldives gained independence in 1965 from British rule. Since then, it has been very, very close to India, and especially from 1978 to 2008 under Momoon Gayoom. Though Maldives was under a dictator, Momoon Gayoom was an authoritarian leader. India was very, very close to Momoon Gayoom and Maldives. We share close cultural, historical, civilizational ties since the days of Cholas. And also, Maldives is a Sunni majority country with a strong Islamic connection with India. That has been a part of our cultural, historical ties. So, though Mamun Gayoom was authoritarian leader, we managed to have very close relations. And as I mentioned earlier, when Maldives was threatened by a Tamil militant group, it was India which protected Mamun Gayoom and his government by launching Operation Cactus, major foreign military intervention by our armed forces to protect a friendly government. So India has always stood with Maldives. This country made a transition into a democracy from 2008, and we had a friendly party, the Maldivian Democratic Party, which came to power under Mohammad Nasheed. Mohammad Nasheed was a pro India leader. Just like Mamoon Gayoom, he prioritized India. In fact, Maldives even followed the India first policy, always giving first priority to India in its foreign relations. Because Maldives is heavily dependent on India for financial support, essential supplies, and investments. And whenever the country faces a crisis, an economic crisis, it is India which is helping Maldives from a long time. So, under the Maldivian Democratic Party, as the country transitioned into a democracy, Mohammad Nasheed built a close relationship with India First policy. But everything turned upside down when China opened its embassy and established relations here. Starting from 2012, we saw a deep crisis, a political crisis. Mohammad Nasheed was thrown out by the opposition forces, and opposition leaders and parties captured power with the help of police and security forces. So, a elected leader, a democratically elected leader, a pro India leader was thrown out. And from 2012 to 2018, we saw the rise of anti India establishment in Maldives. Yamin Gayoom became the leader of the country, who was a pro China leader, who had played a pivotal role in toppling Mohammad Nasheed. And we saw adverse developments taking place during this period. Many Indian projects were cancelled. China's investments increased. Maldives joined the Belt and Road Initiative. Maldives even gave away an entire island, the Fedu Finolu Island, was leased to China. And now China has built a seaport and airport facility, which can potentially turn into a military base for China. They even signed a free trade agreement. We even saw the rise of radical jihadist forces and Pakistani influence. Terror groups like Islamic State created a foothold in Maldives, posing a threat to India. This was a very dangerous period for us, but India managed to make a comeback from 2018 to 2023 because the MDP, Maldivian Democratic Party, won the election again. And this time, Ibrahim Soleh became the leader. A friendly pro India leader came to power. So immediately, India rebuilt the relationship. We recovered all the damage that had been caused. We even announced a big Indian project, the Greater Malay Connectivity Project, with $500 million funding from India to link the islands of Maldives, because Maldives is a archipelago made up of different atolls. So connectivity is a big problem. So to connect some important islands with the capital Malé, India announced this Sea Bridge project, the Greater Malay Connectivity Project, with $500 million of funding from India. India stepped up its investments, and we've always played a big role in the defense of Maldives. India has donated military equipment such as the HAL Dornier aircraft, the ALH Dhruv helicopters. We have even gifted them naval vessels so that they can use this to protect their large exclusive economic zone to carry out maritime patrolling, maritime surveillance with assistance from Indian Navy and Indian Air Force. Indian Navy, Indian Air Force have always maintained a close presence, a constant deployment in the region. In fact, even Indian troops would be deployed here to maintain our aircraft and helicopters and operate them. But under leaders like Yamin Gayoom, we saw the rise of anti-India sentiments and they started a campaign called India Out campaign. After Yamin Gayoom lost the election in 2018, under Ibrahim Soleh, when India First policy had been restored, Yamin Gayoom rebuilt the India Out campaign and created anti-India sentiments, demanding the withdrawal of Indian military personnel who had been stationed and the removal of Indian military equipment. So this demand was championed by the presidential candidate in 2023-24 when the elections were held by Mohammad Muizu, who is a prodigy of Yamin Gayoom. So in 2023, Mohammad Muizu won the election basically on the promise of India out, that is, throwing out Indian military troops and Indian military equipment and keeping India away from Maldives. Because they built a political base by blaming all problems on India, by saying India was interfering in their country. So the rise of Mohammad Muizu was initially a big concern for India. Mohammad Muizu first visited Turkey, China, Pakistan, right? All the hostile uh, partners of India. And this was a big concern for us. He demanded that Indian troops should be removed. And I'm sure many of you remember the Lakshadweep controversy. When PM Modi visited Lakshadweep and promoted it as a tourist destination, there was a backlash from Maldivian social media and ministers, right, who abused Indians and Prime Minister Modi. And it led to a campaign, the hashtag boycott Maldives campaign, that hurt India Maldives relations and tourist flow from India reduced to Maldives. But slowly, India has been rebuilding this relationship, which has been damaged. Because if we don't rebuild, China's footprint will continue to grow. See, you might find it easy to tweet and repost hashtag boycott Maldives and not visit the country, but not doing so will undermine India's leverage and influence and allow China to play a bigger role. The government has been more sensible compared to Indian social media. And to counter the Chinese presence and footprint, we have worked with Mohammad Muizu despite the difficulties he created. We accepted his demand to remove the military troops. Right? Last year, India withdrew all the military personnel. But what we have done is that we have replaced the military personnel with civilian personnel to maintain the equipment. We convinced Mohammad Muizu to keep the military equipment, the aircraft and helicopters. It's for their own benefit. But we understand why foreign troops may not be liked. So we withdrew the Indian troops and we have replaced them with civilian personnel to maintain the equipment. This still retains India's presence and influence. Then, as per the Sagar vision and the Mahasagar doctrine, we have been playing a role in helping Maldives to stabilize its exclusive economic zone, counter piracy, terrorism, and organized crime. And we have built this close security partnership. But more importantly, what changed the mind of Mohammad Muizu towards India is the economic challenge the country was facing. Because see, Maldives is a small country with a limited economy that depends on tourism and fisheries. There's no other source of revenue. Historically, as I told you, we have always helped out Maldives. So Mohammad Muizu, despite his anti-India position, his pro-China, pro-Pakistan position, he was forced to approach India, seek India's help, because the country was staring at an economic crisis similar to Sri Lanka. So this created an opportunity for India. We convinced Mohammad Muizu to drop his demand to remove the Indian aircraft and helicopters. Instead, we agreed to remove the troops and replace them with civilian personnel. Since then, high level talks have resumed. Foreign Minister Jaishankar visited the country. Then, Mohammad Muizu visited India last year to attend the swearing in of Prime Minister Modi, and some important projects and initiatives have been started again. The Greater Malay Connectivity Project is continuing. Mohammad Muizu has not stopped India from getting involved in this critical project. India has taken up housing, healthcare, and other key projects to create soft power influence to counter China's influence. And India has provided a $750 million currency swap arrangement to help Maldives overcome this crisis. And we have given this facility under the SARC currency swap framework. By utilizing this mechanism under the SARC grouping, India's RBI has provided $750 million as a currency swap to help Maldives tide over this liquidity crisis. We have taken up critical projects such as building a new airport and a runway at Hanimadu Island on the Hadalu Atoll. So, such points are important for your prelims, the places, the locations. We have also gifted a Coast Guard vessel called INS Tarmugli, which is now named as Huravi, and it is being retrofitted. So, our military defense support, our close strategic economic relations are continuing. So, this clearly points out that India has managed successfully to counter the hostility from Mohammad Muizu's government. And we have slowly rebuilt normalcy in the relationship, and we have been able to retain our influence and counter Chinese influence. So, based on this topic, take up this practice question. India Maldives relations have entered a phase of strategic turbulence amidst China's assertive footprint in the Indian Ocean. Critically analyze the recent tensions and examine India's evolving diplomatic approach towards Maldives. The answer writing approach is given here with the key pointers for introduction, body, and conclusion. You just have to build upon this skeletal framework, elaborate the points which I've already mentioned here, and try to practice your answer writing skills. So, with this, I've completed all the neighboring countries of India in the most efficient manner possible. So, now just spare me another 15-20 minutes, maybe. We will quickly look at some regional groupings as well, because the discussion on India's neighborhood will not be complete without covering the important groupings as well. So let's quickly talk about SARC, BIMSTEC, IORA, and Colombo Security Conclave. So that is the last part of my discussion today. Another 15-20 minutes maybe, and we can wrap up the session for today. These regional groups are very crucial for our neighborhood diplomacy, because these multilateral platforms give us an opportunity to work with all the important powers of the region. The SARC, which stands for South Asian Association for Regional Cooperation, it was founded in 1985 in Dhaka, and it is headquartered in Kathmandu. It was founded by the neighboring countries of India. The members include India, Nepal, Bhutan, Pakistan, and Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, and Maldives. And many years later, in 2007, when Afghanistan came under a civilian government, India ensured the inclusion of Afghanistan as well. These are the 8 members of the SARC grouping. The main purpose of SARC is to achieve regional and economic integration, to create common customs union, a common market, facilitate the free movement of goods and vehicles and investments, maybe have a common currency. This was the ambitious vision of India and others. But SARC has achieved none of these objectives. SARC is seen as a failure, a failed organization. Though it has some achievements, there are some successful initiatives. Like, for example, the SARC currency swap arrangement, which we were discussing. This has been very beneficial for Sri Lanka and Maldives whenever they face an economic crisis. The SARC Food Bank has been guaranteeing food security in the region. The SARC framework was used during COVID 19, where India gave assistance to the SARC members. There is a SARC free trade agreement, SAFTA, which functioned pretty decently for few years. There is a South Asian University in Delhi, though it has largely been neglected and it has lost its influence and its prominence. it still remains one of the initiatives of the SARC. So, at least some initiatives, even in the field of disaster management, SARC has set up a disaster management center to help each other during times of disasters. So, though there are some successful initiatives, in general, SARC is seen as a failure because it has not managed to achieve any major success in regional and economic integration. This mainly is because of Pakistan's role. Pakistan has been a big obstruction. It keeps on blocking India's initiatives and India's proposals. For example, we had proposed a motor vehicles agreement to provide for free movement of vehicles. Pakistan blocked it. India got frustrated and we pushed this agreement as BBIN. We took it out of SARC and proposed the BBIN initiative for Bangladesh, Bhutan, India, Nepal to have a motor vehicles agreement. Bhutan has rejected it because of environmental reasons. It doesn't want more vehicles causing pollution because of its environmental commitment. But other countries, Bangladesh, India, Nepal, had signed the motor vehicles agreement. We had proposed the SARC satellite, that ISRO would launch a free satellite for helping the SARC countries, but Pakistan created unnecessary problems. So India took out the project from SARC and we launched it as the South Asia satellite. So Pakistan has been a consistent roadblock. Its sponsorship of terrorism, its hostility towards India, right? This has derailed the SARC organization, the constant India Pakistan rivalry. And also, the members are weaker internally. Each member country is going through problems. Nepal, as we discussed, has faced political instability, economic crisis. Bhutan is a very small country with a limited economy. Pakistan has been a hub of radicalism, facing its own internal problems. Bangladesh, as we studied, same with Sri Lanka and Maldives, Afghanistan, they all have deep political problems or economic challenges, along with radicalism and extremism. So, obviously, when your whole neighborhood is burning, how can the group succeed? The final nail in the coffin was the Uri terror attacks of 2016. Following Uri attacks, India boycotted the SARC summit, which Pakistan was supposed to host in Islamabad. And all the other members supported India. They also boycotted the Islamabad summit in 2016. Since then, no SARC summit has taken place, and India has adopted the SARC minus Pakistan strategy in order to sideline Pakistan, in order to isolate Pakistan diplomatically. Right? We have sidelined the SARC group itself, and we have been following the SARC minus Pakistan approach. So, in the place of SARC, India has revived an old organization known as BIMSTEC. BIMSTEC was established in 1997 through the Bangkok Declaration. It was founded by Bangladesh, India, Sri Lanka, Thailand for economic cooperation. It was known as BISTEC. Later, Myanmar also joined and it became the BIMSTEC with the entry of Myanmar. Then later, in 2004, Nepal and Bhutan were also added. And that's how the name BIMSTEC, which is an acronym, was coined. It stands for Bay of Bengal Initiative for Multi-Sectoral Technical and Economic Cooperation. So it's focused on the littorals of Bay of Bengal, the rim countries of Bay of Bengal. So this organization was largely dormant until 2016. So as we adopted SARC minus Pakistan approach, there was a need to replace SARC with another group, and we revived BIMSTEC. India started giving more priority to BIMSTEC, and we even organized regular summits. Even a military exercise was conducted, a disaster management exercise was conducted. And in 2020, in 2022, at the Colombo summit, the BIMSTEC charter has been adopted. So finally, the BIMSTEC has a functioning charter, which is like the constitution of the organization that was adopted at the Colombo summit in 2022. The countries have even adopted a master plan for connectivity to promote connectivity projects between South Asia and Southeast Asia. Because as you can see, the member countries in BIMSTEC include few South Asian countries and few Southeast Asian countries. That's what makes the group so unique. And another unique aspect is that it is a sector based organization. The cooperation is in different sectors that are identified. So, through the Colombo summit, the countries have identified 7 sectors, and each sector is led by one member country. Like the sector of security that deals with counterterrorism, organized crime, energy security, disaster management. The security sector is led by India. India heads the security sector. Similarly, other members head the other 6 sectors. Like tourism is headed by Nepal. Then agriculture is headed by Myanmar. Sri Lanka heads science and technology and innovation. Right. So all the members are heading one sector each. Thailand is heading connectivity. Yeah. Bangladesh is heading the trade sector. So it is a sector based organization, and of late it has been very prominent. Now, the big question is BIMSTEC a replacement for SARC? Can you just replace SARC with BIMSTEC? The answer is obviously no, because BIMSTEC is a grouping of Bay of Bengal focused on South and Southeast Asia. It can never replace the SARC. See, either SARC has to be revived somehow, or South Asia needs a new grouping. Yes, Pakistan is an obstruction, it's a problem. With or without Pakistan, South Asia needs either the revival of SARC or a new organization. BIMSTEC can't just be a blind replacement. BIMSTEC has its own importance, right? It bridges South Asia with Southeast Asia, but it can't be a grouping for South Asia. That is a very important analysis. Next, another important group is IORA, Indian Ocean Rim Association, which was established in 1997. Initially, it was known as IORARC, Indian Ocean Rim Association for Regional Cooperation. This was born out of an idea that was proposed by Nelson Mandela, the South African leader, when he was visiting India in 1995. He proposed the idea that India and South Africa are linked by the Indian Ocean. Our history, our destiny is connected by the Indian Ocean. So, based on Nelson Mandela's proposal, India, South Africa worked together with Mauritius to establish the IORARC, a regional group for cooperation in the Indian Ocean. Indian Ocean Rim Association for regional cooperation. The rim countries were brought together. So now the name has been simplified as IORA, Indian Ocean Rim Association. There are 23 members in this group, including some prominent countries like Australia, France, because they are also littorals of Indian Ocean. Some of you might be surprised with the addition of France. Please understand, France has overseas territories in the Indian Ocean, in the Pacific Ocean as well. Right? France has a island, the French Reunion, La Reunion near Mauritius. So Australia, France, Iran is part of it. UAE, Oman, Kenya, many important countries from Southeast Asia like Singapore. They're all part of the IORA. It focuses on maritime security, disaster management, trade and commerce, cultural ties, climate change, etc. So it's a key platform for regional cooperation in the Indian Ocean. So it focuses on multiple domains, and India is one of the leading founding partners of the IORA grouping. Then coming to Colombo Security Conclave. This group traces its origin to 2011 when a trilateral maritime security initiative was established between India, Sri Lanka, and the Maldives. India, Sri Lanka, Maldives initially founded a trilateral maritime security initiative for focusing on security issues of Indian Ocean. Recently, it has been transformed into Colombo Security Conclave with the addition of Mauritius. Mauritius has joined as the 4th member. And last year, when Sheikh Hasina was still in power, Bangladesh, which was an observer, has joined as a full-time member. It has been added as the fifth member, whereas Seychelles, a small Indian Ocean country near Africa, it remains an observer state. These are the participants in Colombo Security Conclave. It brings the national security advisors together and also the armed forces and the security establishment of these member countries to focus on all the security issues of Indian Ocean. So be it terrorism, organized crime, piracy, and even cybercrime, all these security threats are discussed and jointly tackled at the NSA level. All the NSAs come together: India, Sri Lanka, Maldives, Mauritius, and Bangladesh as well. Right now, it's not certain whether Bangladesh will continue to be a member. But when Sheikh Hasina was still in power, it did join Colombo Security Conclave as the fifth member. Seychelles remains an observer, and other countries are also showing interest. So the security forces and agencies of these countries have been collaborating in the security domain to protect the EEZ, to deal with all the challenges of maritime security. That is the focus of Colombo Security Conclave. So, on this note, I bring my detailed analysis of India's neighborhood to a complete end. It's been a very long marathon, but I hope it's been useful. I hope you guys have understood all the key topics. I've covered only what is necessary and needed for the exam. That has been the whole purpose, right? Without wasting your time unnecessarily, covering the key points with the most effective analysis with practice questions and sufficient pointers so that you can keep the PPT with you as a reference for later revision. So let me know how the session was. If you guys found it useful, please press the like button, share your comments. If you want us to cover more videos like this, if you want more marathons to cover important chapters, please let us know in the comments. We'll be more than happy to meet your demand. So that is it. Thanks for watching. Have a good night.